Guyana now. Hear me?
Dan come? Dan about?
Right up at the top. I'm moving. have Cunningham House, known as K House. Mr. Cunningham was the admiral of a fleet, and he's the old boy of the first Sea Lord and of naval staff. The 10th house, Nuts, named after Nuts of Queen's College from 1931 to 1952. Nobody here was born there. Well, then his boat would have been born. 52 when he was finishing. So we have Percival House, the first house, A house, Raleigh House, B, Austin, C, Durban House, D, Pilgrim House, E, Western House, known as F House, Mulder House, G, Woolley House, H, Cunningham House, K, and the Knob House, L, 10 House.
Come over, you get out of line with your banner.
I'm not going to tell you the colors. You're seeing them over the time. Sometimes colors are different. Not because of the students, it's what they can get from the store that is closest. Remember, Queen's College was formed in 1844. God, this is one of the things they judged on, the halting. And when QC had the cadet corps, you know, I remember when as a child seeing the cadet corps, and even a few years ago, they would help in the marching exercises. So they're standing at ease now, and this is not standing easy. the guest speaker remarks, and he was a student of the school and has always been helping. He will make his remarks and declare the sports open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Willier, a teacher, deputy head, parents, teachers,
Picking up the audio on this mic, on the
and
camera mic.
importantly, students. It's an honor and a privilege for Hopen. It's a pleasure seeing the march past, seeing the coordination, seeing the dress, and it's good to see the history of the school continues to be maintained at such a high level. Now athletes, it's over to you to continue to carry the flag of Queen's College. For all those who visited or attended the school over the years, this school has always produced athletes of the highest caliber who would have went on to represent the country and even to the West Indies over the years. And all of this started from playing sport right here. And especially at our sports day, we did produce great athletes who would have went on to represent the country and would have gone on to represent the school and the district at the national level. And the history is well recorded. So it's over to you, young students and athletes, to go out there, try your best, give it your all, represent your house well, and may the best house win. And I'll be a little biased. I do hope that the house in Brown wins because that's my house. But that's all right. I know that will be a big fight, and you go out there and you play to your best, play fair, play honest, but just get that trophy to your respective houses. I now declare Sports Day 2024 open.
At ease, I hope you're not standing easy because those are two different positions. You're standing at ease, and now you'll be each will dismiss.
Squad! Squad shot!
So we have Percival House. They just dismissed. We're going to be fair. The ground. Durban House, D House. And you know, when Miss Terence was head, the only thing Woolly House wouldn't beat them for is the uniform. So Willie House dismissed. And the K House there. And they had dress. I think Knob's House has just dismissed. There's good weather, and the forecast says that it will continue to be like this today.
All the party listening. I turn to your right in threes. Dismiss.
Molly Huff slip. Turn to your right in trees. Dismiss.
Party listen.
So A house, B house, they're gone. C house,
Go to party listen. Dismiss.
D house, E house is dismissed. F house, G house has dismissed. H house, K, and final L. So we have seen an activity that has been taking place for years. Older than anyone here on this
What is
field.
the next move?
There goes Fiaz Khan in the lead. Over 100 meters in front of second, third, and fourth place. K House followed by A House is Elijah Gomes. A House is Elijah Gomes by Raphael Joseph from G House and Osafo Underwood. Okay. In L House, who slows down and it's passed, dropping from 4 to 6. But there goes Fiaz Khan on the last stretch of the 1500, followed by no one. And in a few seconds, K House's Fiaz Khan crosses the line to get first position in the first race of Queen's College's Sports Day 2024. Following closely after him, however, is G House's Raphael Joseph, who passes A House and passes C House, gapping the last person. And there comes Raphael Joseph down the lane. Elijah Gomes tries to catch up, but is unfortunately too far behind to catch up with G House's Raphael Joseph. Second position, Raphael Joseph in G House. Third position, Elijah Gomes has just crossed the line. First, second, third are K House, G House, and A House respectively for the 1500 meter for the under 20 males category. However, the race is not finished as yet, ladies and gentlemen. The race is not yet complete. Though these boys are walking, they are determined to finish the race. And the under 20 girls are lined up for the beginning of the 1500 meter. The girls go forward in a collective stride, however, E house, B house seem to see ahead. And despite the collective stride earlier, you can see the girls have begun to start separating. They're nearing the 300 meter of the first lap. And in first place currently is Afriko Blackman from Raleigh House. Following closely after, Kazakwa Uzi, a senior prefect of the college from Pilgrim House. And behind Kazakwa Uzi is Janae Prasad of Weston House. But behind them, Anessa Hussein from Mulder. The girls continue to keep pace as they furnish the first 400 meters of this 1500 meter race. A third of the race is almost complete as they reach towards the 500 meter point. Afriko Blackman loses the lead to Kazakwa Uzi, who takes first position. However, Janae Prasad keeps pace with the two as they continue towards the 600 meter points of this 1500 meter race. Following closely after them, however, Janae Prasad continues keeping pace with the Afriko Blackman from B House, and they continue forward, these three keeping pace with each other as they complete the second lap of this 1500 meter race. As these three girls head to the curve that marks the 900 meter point of this race, while Anessa Hussein of G House marks her 800 meter point. Following closely after her, and here comes K House and C House, about to cross their 800 meter mark. This race is for the end. And here come Snob's House's Surya Walcott approaching our 800 meter mark, while Kazakwa Uzi, Janae Prasad, and Afriko Blackman mark their last lap. Kazaku Uzi and Janesi Passat start making a distance between themselves and Afriko Blackman as they continue on the last lap. 200 meters separate these girls from first and second, whichever one is going to be done. Following after them is B Houses Afriko Blackman. However, Janesi Passat and Kazaku Uzi are crossing into the last 200 meters of this race, steadily running towards the finish line as they pass Knobs House's Surreal Walcott. Continuing steadily as their pace increases, these two girls race to the end line, steadily awaiting their rewards, holding themselves steady. What a race! Here comes the last 100 meter of this race as Janae Prasad fights to get past Kazaku Uzi, but the Pilgrim House girl does not allow her. And there they go as Kazaku Uzi crosses the finish line, getting first in the first girls' race of Queens College's Sports Day 2024. Following after her, Janae Prasad of F House, who collects second and silver medal in the 1500 meter in the category of under 20 girls. Following after them is Afriko Blackman of Lee House, who's pacing steadily to collect her bronze medal in the 1500 meter in the category of under 20 girls. Steadily finishes the race. Continuing is Surreal Walcott, who is just walking towards her last lap. Far in the distance, Anessa Hussein of Mulder House is marching or pacing herself towards her last 200 meters. Soon her last 100 meters as she paces to the end. Welcome back, viewers. The under 20 females 1500 has just concluded, and the under 17 male 1500 has just begun. Besides, may I have Asia Sheriff Yadeen?
Good day, viewers.
Quickly, we can see taking the lead is Shamar
McKay.
McKay.
Shamar McKay from Woolly House or H House taking the lead.
Following after him is Ken Roy of Durban House, Aldo of A House. And these boys are keeping a steady pace as they head towards the first 300 meter of their race. However, as you can see, the under 20 females last athlete is still finishing her race.
She's finishing very strong.
Wants to finish. Continuing in their positions,
The boys are keeping a very steady pace.
keeping in a group, as you can clearly see. But however, Shamar McKay stays ahead of everyone else. In last position, as you can see, is Shiv Pitadu of Knobs House. The steady pace that we had seen at the beginning is quickly diminishing as each is taking to their own. Roy Jameer of Durban House takes the lead from Shamar McKay, who's pushed to second position by Joshua McCarter. Nationals athlete of Cottenham House takes third position, keeping steadily behind first and second, even looking to pass second position.
Keeping a steady pace as they complete their second lap.
And as we continue, we can see the gaps beginning to form as the distance increases. These boys are heading towards the 700 meter mark, just passing the 600 meter mark. Roy Jameer of D House keeping his pace, but Joshua McCarter of Cunningham House quickly catching up with him. You can see the steps being taken. They have to keep their pace if they want to win this race. However, you can see the boys not too far behind. This race is not over as yet. We can see Pilgrim House catching up with F and H, A House behind, as well as G, B, and C. Continuous pacing. Remaining in last place is Shiv Pitadu of Knobs House. Roy Jameer and Joshua McCarter of D and K House respectively continue to widen the gap between them and third position. However, as we can see, Joshua McCarter is on 10th and staying on Roy's tail. Steadily running around the turn, these boys are about to head into their last lap. 100 meters separates them from the last lap of the 1500 meter under 17 boys race. Steady paces keep Roy Jameer and Joshua McCarter away from everyone else. First and second position. However, the other boys are steadily pacing up behind them, while Roy Jameer and Joshua McCarter head into the last 100 meter before their last lap. Shamar McKay is fighting for his house, as we see F House's runner running quickly behind him to take her place. C House follows, followed by Pilgrim and Mulder. These boys are heading into the last lap as Roy Jameer and Joshua McCarter head towards the finish line. 400 meters. 400 meters separate these boys from their medals. Do you think they can do it, Atia?
I think so. They're really strong. And who do you think is going to take the lead, Arthur?
We have to watch carefully and see. The Nationals' reputation is going to push him to take that first position. But we know that Roy Jameer is not going to budge simply because someone has gone somewhere he hasn't gone. Following closely are the rest of houses, as we see Justin Goberdant for A House entering his last lap. And there we can see Joshua McCarter in first position standing with his reputation, having passed Kenroy Jameer from Durban House, heading into his last 100 meter of the 1500 meter race. And there he goes steadily heading towards the first place position, ready to accept his gold medal. Kenroy Jameer comes into frame, pacing towards the line, and they are both followed by Shamar McKay. First, second, and third position. There we have Joshua MacArthur passing the first line first, finishing his race in first place. Second, Durban House's Kenroy Jameer, and fighting for third as he crosses the line now is Shamar McKay of H House. Following shortly after is F House. Jamal Prince from Pilgrim crosses the line now for fifth. And here we wait the other 5 boys to cross the line. In frame we can see Mulder House's Omari Drakes. However, in 6th position is C House. Following Mulder House. And Shiv Nobbs House, who has been steadily holding his last place, has passed A House. Omari Drakes of Mulder House finishes, and followed by Obama of B House, who is followed by Shiv Pitadu of Nobbs House and Justin Gobinan of A House. With steady strides, these boys have finished a 1500-meter race. And as these boys cross the finish line, we can see the under 17 females lined up for their 1500-meter race. There we have Shiv crossing his line for 9th position, and Justin following after to finish the race. The girls under 17 have just begun, and there have the piece gone on.
Morning, Orto.
Good morning. Welcome, viewers. Welcome Mr. Mohammed Nasir, the head of the sports committee, as he sits with us on the under 17 girls 1500-meter race. And in front is Anika De Freitas of A House, followed by K House, B House. As they fight for the first top 3 positions, the girls are steadily pacing and keeping as a unit. However, as the race goes on, we must see the gaps beginning to form.
Thank you very much, Arta. I'm very happy to be on commentary with you. I'm just taking over from Atia for a short bit. So I'm joining Arta here, females on the 1500 meter. And we're seeing dominance from the start by Anika De Freitas from A House. And she's known for the distances, so we should watch her carefully. The pack is still very tight in the middle. At this time, as I'm here, I'd like to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Dr. Blackman, who was very instrumental in putting together the funds necessary for this streaming event, the very first time Queen's College is live streaming its Inter-House Athletics Championship. And we see on screen Anika De Freitas creating gap between the pack. As I said, she's known for the distances, and the 1500 meter is really her race.
Yes.
So my sponsors, Dr. Rajesh Bisnath, Dr. Amar Saw, Dr. Terence Blackman, Mr. Anthony Todd, Mr. Peter Clark, and the Guyana Business Journal and Magazine. We say thank you so much for putting together and making efforts to get this live stream possible for us. On screen, as mentioned, we're seeing Anika De Freitas breaking away from the pack. Second place and third place controlled by De Santos. We have E House in purple, Renee Whitaker.
However, we see, as Mr. Nasir mentioned, her abilities to stay ahead are known, as she is showing off her prolific skills in this distance race. Following after A House's Anika de Freitas is K House. However, the rest of the pack seems to be determining who is going to take up the third position. However, viewers, the race is not yet complete. As you can see, these girls are steadily keeping their paces and heading towards the finish line. This is a dedicated batch of students who are fighting for the points for these houses. Watch and enjoy. Anika de Freitas continues to widen her gap with second place as she makes her dominant race thus far clear. However, K House stays well in second, ahead of the rest of the pack of houses. She's soon heading. 200 meters separates her from her last lap of this 1500 meter race.
Viewers, just to let you know that after the under 17 1500 meter female will be followed by the under 14 age category, both male and female 1500, followed by the 1000 and 12 meters for girls and boys respectively from the grade 7 level. And after the 1500 event, we head into the 200s. 200 is known for excitement. It's a quick sprint. So viewers are encouraged to stay with us. We have a packed day ahead of us. In the morning session, we will have the 15 that's currently happening. The 2, as I said, is next, 400 and the 100 meter just before our lunch interval.
Now, while Anika de Freitas heads towards her last lap through this 100 meter stretch, we slightly saw Knox House pass K House for second position. However, again, viewers, the race is not yet complete as these girls are dedicated to finishing at their best position for their houses. Running and striding towards her last lap is Anika de Freitas from A House as she passes one of the runners who has not yet made it to that position in the race. There she goes striding down the curve, way ahead of every other runner in this category. A dominant performance thus far from Anika de Freitas.
I'm very happy to see that we have now passed 100 viewers we have currently on our Lick to Life page. So all of our old students that are currently tuned in Guyana and from the diaspora, welcome. We hope that with this initiative we're bringing back a lot of memories.
As we can see, Knobs House in second, K House in third, and the other houses fighting for the remaining positions. But even though these girls are tired, they are intent on finishing this race, walking, even if they cannot run. Anika de Freitas heads into her last 100 meter of the 1500 meter race. And behind her is no one close. Her prolific skills have been portrayed on this day as she heads into the final stretch of the 1500 meter of the under 17 category for females. And there she goes, extending her arms and legs and sprinting towards the final line.
See Anika heading towards the finish line, strong as ever. Known for the distances, the 1500 meters is her race. And completing in first position with ease, Anika de Freitas from Percival House.
Percival House, correct. Stay with us as we wait for the remaining position. And here comes L House striding down the last 100 meters. This one. Alhouse is finishing second position, but here comes a battle between Key House and Pilgrim House for third place. Wow, that is a line finish. We'll have to wait for the officials to say who has gotten third.
Yeah, very tight finish from Pilgrim House and
Cunningham
House. Very tight as we see the replay.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait on the officials to determine. All right, so we have the 1500 meter on the 14 event, male, and I'm joined by Senior Prefect Atiya Sharifuddin, who's on commentary with me now again. So we're very excited for this race. CLK, Durban, Austin, and they're off.
All with a steady pace.
Early days so far in this race. The athletes to look out for in this race: in purple, from Pilgrim House, Alvaro Singh is known for his prowess in the 1500 meter. Emmanuel Barrow, who's in front, and Joshua Aderemi from Durban House. These are the athletes we will look out for as we see the 1500 on the 14 males now passing and on the 17 athlete from the previous race. She's strong ahead, and she has now finished her race.
And the boys seem to be keeping close gaps to each other as they steadily pace on. And a gap has been formed.
See Cunningham House breaking away from the pack. Emmanuel Barrow closely monitored by Pilgrim House. Alvaro Singh in purple. Very happy that we're able to host our Inter-House Athletics Championship on our ground, Queen's College ground, known for its rich history.
And the boys approach their second lap.
And Alvaro has taken over Emmanuel Barrow, the new leader. These are the two athletes to look out for in this race. Cunningham House and Pilgrim House, closely monitored by Durban, Joshua Aderemi, Rico Wells, F House. As you see, they come to close off the second lap of the 1500 male under 14. Emmanuel Barrow and Alvaro Singh. Alvaro is a second form student of Queen's College. Emmanuel Barrow is a third former. Still in the under 14 age category. Two very strong athletes who will potentially go on to represent the college at inter-school. You see Joshua Aderemi maintaining a steady third position from Durban House. In just a short bit, I will make available to you on commentary the results of our March Past proceedings this morning. That was judged by members of the Guyana Police Force. As you see the athletes come down the straight again. Together away from the pack, Alvaro Singh and Emmanuel Barrow. Joshua Aderemi from Durban. Rico Wells from Western House maintaining third and fourth position.
And Himal Singh from Woolly House, maintaining that fifth position.
Thank you, Atia, captain of the Woolly House, for letting us know that Himal Singh is still in position as we see Emmanuel Barrow now getting onto the shoulders of Alvaro Singh.
Two boys fighting for first position.
As we hear the bell for the last lap. These are the athletes that we're looking to from the start. Alvaro Singh seems to be getting into his stride now, looking to cut away from Emmanuel Barrow, who has seemed to lost his speed. Onto the straight, we see some other houses still trying to complete the second lap.
With great determination, they're still pushing on.
Alvaro Singh participated in the 5,000 meter boys open event on Monday. Had some unfortunate events happen to him that denied him a second position in that event. But he's here today, bright Friday morning at Queen's College, showing the viewers that we have here and at the ground what he's able to do in the 1500. And they're down to the straight now. This is Alvaro Singh coming in from Pilgrim House. Strong finish from Pilgrim Nation. Emmanuel Barrow seems to be settling for second position from Cunningham House. And here is Alvaro giving it all.
And he finishes strong.
Good finish from Pilgrim Nation. And Cunningham coming in for second place. And it's a finish. Rico Wells Joshua Aderemi looking for a medal in the 1500, male on the 14, gives us a third position for Durban House. Good finish. Rico Wells, fourth position. See the replay. Strong athlete Alvaro Singh. Fit young lad. I would like to let our viewers know today that our proceedings has been monitored by officials from the Athletics Association of Guyana. Our starters, our track stewards are all officials from the Athletics Association. And this is in keeping with our efforts to maintain the integrity and good standards of the Inter-House Athletics Championship that we are putting out. As you see on camera, officials from the association, a starter in pink, bright pink, getting ready for the female under 14 1500 meter event. All right, we're preparing for the 1500 meter event. Another 1500 meter event, the girls on the 14. The boys did their thing. Let's see how the girls, and they're off. Seem to be a little mix up with the start, but we're ready to go. As we see Pilgrim Nation in third, Shemaine McKenzie in brown from Durban House. Western House on the outside in light blue.
As they approach the curve, a gap begins to form. And they're off steadily, making their way around the curve.
Pack is still together as we approach the finish line, complete the first leg of this race. Shemaine McKenzie pushes on with her effort from Durban House. Seems to be set on maintaining an early distance. It'll be good on her if she can keep this distance throughout the finish. As you see another athlete closely monitoring her in second position. Loud cheers from her peers as they come around the turn.
Welcome back, viewers. And the two girls in first place seem to be taking a walk as they catch up back on their energy. D House still in first place.
However, despite D and G being in first place, there is still a sizable gap, and the sizable gap has these girls comfortable as they walk while the other houses pace behind them. They're taking their breaths and they're taking their time to reach across the line. Slow and steady wins the race at times. Isn't quite ironic?
And the other girls approach quicker.
It seems that the walking has motivated the other runners to pace behind them.
And they're off once more.
Durban House continues in front, and Mulder House's Jada Fox continues behind her. Following after them are girls in the pack, but as we've seen in these distance races, they will be soon separated. Nothing to worry about. Watch carefully as they continue down the line, toe and toe, keeping together. It seems as if these two girls in front are friends, laughing while they're on that first stretch. The other houses follow behind as Mulder House's Jada Fox attempts to take the first position. However, that fight is not an easy one as the two continue to battle in front. And as they continue to battle, they have gone back to taking steps in their stride, talking, laughing, while still maintaining a sizable gap with the remaining runners in the race. These two girls are comfortable in their abilities. These two girls are assured of their positions. Well, like we know, the race is never complete until you cross the finish line. So as these girls walk, we can see the remaining girls catching up behind them. But they seem comfortable in their gap. Can they maintain this gap to the end is the question. They walk steadily around the curve as they head to the 100-meter, and the sight of another runner has encouraged them to get back to business. They sprint down the 100-meter, toe and toe, but it seems that Jada Fox of Mulder House is edging past Durban House's first place leader at the moment. But this fight is not done as yet, as these girls battle towards the end. They have both reached, now entering their last lap of this race as they push steadily towards the end. Durban House retaking the lead, while the remaining houses continue to fight. These runners continue down their lanes. A steady pace maintained as the remaining houses slow down, imitating the walking of the leaders in first and second place. Watch carefully as these girls take their time to cross the finish line. A little over 200 meters separate them from the podium for this race. What do you take of the situation, Atia?
I think that these girls are very brave and determined, especially in this hot sun and heat today on September 27th, Friday, on Sports Day. These girls are very determined to finish this race.
Determined is an adjective, as D and G House continue to stride as they walk, holding hands in this lead, taking their time to get across the finish line, just under 200 meters away from their last steps.
Will the power of friendship help them complete this race, Arthur?
Or will another runner motivate them to get back to striding? We'll see. However, as they stride, we also see the remaining runners in the races continue to walk. D and G House continue along the turn, seeming to be in the same position at the same time. Let's see what these runners do when it comes down to the last 100-meter stretch. Durban and Mulder bend along the curve, walking towards their final destination. Will they pick up back? Yes, they
And
do.
they're off.
And the sprint begins. There they
Who
go,
will take
edging
the
each other
first
towards the
place?
final 100 meter, a little over 50 meters, a little less than that, as Mulder Houses. Jada Fox takes the first place of the 1500 meter.
And Arthur Roberts
for the
is
under
smiling from
14.
ear to ear.
Under 14. No biases here, but you must smile when your people win. Followed quickly after by the remaining runners. In fourth position, we see Kiara Alfonso of Nobbs House crossing the finish line. And the remaining runners take their time to get across the line. Look on the replay now, as we see the two runners who were walking hand in hand, side by side, sprint towards the final line. One of two friends must get the first, the other the second. And there they are, smiling, happy to have finished this race. The remaining girls continue to finish this race, while the under 14, the grade 7, 1200 meter is set to begin.
And the crowd begins to build as
There-
more and more people enter the Queen's College 2024 Sports Day.
And as the crowd builds, we can also feel the billowing excitement and hear the building cheers, as everyone is so excited to hear who is going to be crowned Queen's College champion of the athletic sports competition of 2024. Who do you think it will be, Atia? Let's look at the standing as is. Durban House, based on the last tallying of points, Durban House is in the lead. But based on these few races we've seen thus far, the 1500 meter, what do you think it's going to be?
I don't know what to say at this point, Arthur. Anybody could easily take the crown this year. Last year we had Western House. Now who will take the crown back from Western, or will they continue holding that crown high and mighty?
What I must say is that thus far we have seen some amazing performances from our athletes. Please stay with us, as after the grade 7 male and female 1200 and respectively 1000 meter races are finished, the 200 meter races will begin, starting from grade 7 all the way up to under 20. Great. And there we just start the start of the grade 7 1200 meter. Though these boys are keeping steady strides to stay within their lanes for the first 100 meter, we can see them getting into the business of winning this race.
Note that these are the boys' first year at the college.
And you can see the enthusiasm in their feet as they steadily run to finish this race. But again, remember, viewers, this race is not for the swift, but for those who have endurance. Watch carefully and let's see who's going to win. In lead, you can see K House's first former going ahead of everyone else. Though there was a tight line of everyone at the beginning, you can see the boys starting to slow down. This is where we separate the athletes from everyone else.
As they cross the curve, we see gaps beginning to form, and some boys taking a break to catch up their breaths.
Continuing in first place steadily, however, is K House. The gaps that were beginning to form, however, are beginning to also close. The only one exception from that is K House's leading sportsman in this race, who is steadily heading towards the finish line. The squash player, Ethan Boken, who recently returned from a tournament this summer, is in the lead, followed by everyone else, taking his stride and running towards the finish line. He's a very confident young man, and I'm sure that he declared that he's going to win this race. What do you think is going to happen, Atia?
He looks to be going on with a fast and steady pace, very determined, especially since it's his first year here at Queen's College, his first sports day, and most likely his first distance race here at the college.
Definitely. Let's see if he can continue to hold up his stride. But he's definitely made a sizable gap between him and everyone else. The race looks too easy for him, and he's keeping steady. Remember that after this race is the grade 7 females 1,000 meter, and at the end of the distance races we will have the 200 meter sprints beginning with the grade 7 students, followed by the under 14 category, followed by the under 17 category, and then finally the under 20 category. Again, it's Ethan Bokum in first position, who's taking heavier strides and longer steps as he enters his final lap of the 1200 meter. There he goes, stomping his dominance in the 1200 meter race for grade 7 boys.
And the other boys push forward, sprinting as they come down the 100-meter mark.
He's about 100 meters ahead of second position, but the race is not yet over, as these boys show their dedication to prove their worth for their houses. There we see them fighting, striding, sprinting, walking, but all moving towards the finish line. There goes Ethan Balkan, a little over 150 meters left for his first place medal. And there goes the remainder of the boys entering their last laps. Fighting for second position are A and C House, while A House walks steadily to make it behind K House's Ethan Balkan. He rounds the curve, entering his last 100 meter stretch.
And he pushes on with great determination and pace.
We can see him there, heading towards the final line, passing Pilgrim House.
A proud look on his face.
Sprinting and smiling. Collecting now his medal. First place for the 1200 meters, grade 7 males, Ethan Bolken of Cunningham House, taking off his headband. Determination revealed. In second place, however, rounding the curve now, is A House, still not having given up, and will be determined to finish this race. However, the race is not yet finished as these two boys are sprinting towards the final
Quickly
line.
catching up is H House in third position.
Ati was talking about me smiling. She's surely smiling now. Second position is A House, and in third position, H House. Now in fourth position, quickly after, what we believe to be C House. G House seems to be in fifth, followed by F House, as these two boys make it their mission to finish with the highest position they possibly can for their houses, sprinting towards the last line of this 100-meter stretch, fighting, working as hard as possible to finish. And this is a finish we'll definitely have to check. But the officials have made it clear that G House has gotten fifth place, followed by F House. The remainder of the boys are still determined to finish this race, all continuing towards the finish line. Now quickly watch this replay as Ethan Bolkin passes the person in Pilgrim, steadily striding, no one competing for him, but he's going to make sure that he reaches across that line as quickly as possible. Look at the smile on his face, and look at the relief he has when he takes that headband off.
A young man that will lead his house to victory.
Now the remainder of the boys continue, determined to finish their races, are heading off to the line. Ensuring to finish this race, crossing the line.
And the other two boys make it to their last.
And L House's last runner now, being motivated by his compatriot, running around, running over the finish line. And the girls have taken off for the grade 7. Thousand meter or 1200, sorry. There they go, racing down the stretch. Girls doing their best to keep up, steadily keeping pace. They're running in a pack, all keeping up with each other.
And they're off, approaching that curve. The girls, grade 7, 1,000-meter race.
Yeah. Again, K House is displaying its dominance, taking the lead at the early stage of the race. However, gaps have not yet been lengthened, and the race is still not yet finished. There they go, running as far and hard as they can, dedicated to getting their house of points and to winning this race. Key House remains in the lead, taking her time, taking steps as the remaining runners try to catch up with her, try to close the gap that she's made with them. They continue to stride, having finished the first lap of their race. However, the race is not yet over.
And she's off again. As you can see, as the girls approach the curve, gaps begin to form.
While K House's runner reaches the 100-meter stretch. Following right after her is G House's Baby and Ron, keeping pace. There those girls go. Again, viewers, let's not forget the race is not yet finished. Watch closely. K House and G House now have been given the signal for the last laps. There those girls go, running towards the finish line, pacing themselves to ensure that they finish this race, not only for themselves, but for their houses. K House rounds the curve with 300 meters separating her in first place. But following after her is G House's Baby and Run. Despite being weary, these girls are determined to finish the race, continuing, even if it means they have to walk across a line. There goes Key House's runner. Key House's runner on the last 100-meter stretch, ready to collect her first place medal, while G House's Baby and Run bouts the curve to head to her final stretch of her 1,000-meter race. And there we see K House ready to cross that line. First place in the grade 7 female 1,000-meter race.
Once again, the youths of K House have brought them to victory. And the other girls pace on as they try to complete the races.
Our viewers are back on commentary. Mr. Nasir here in commentary. I'm joined by Senior Prefect Noah Passad.
Good morning, everybody.
First time on commentary as we prepare for the start of the 200-meter event. Very exciting event. We have the males on the 20. The first category, the males on the 20. As we see the athletes lined up at the start. It's a very exciting event.
Looking like it could be a close race, sir.
Hoping to have a close finish. Noah, how's the event going so far?
It's been going smoothly so far, sir. Can't complain, can't
Bright
complain.
sunshine and they're down.
Perfect weather.
They're down on their marks. Keep an eye out on the pink shirt athlete from Durban House,
Watch.
Gabriel Felix. And they're off. Coming around the
They're
first
going.
bend. And it's a quick lead.
Whoa.
Quick lead from the athlete. Quick lead from Alan Patterson. He comes around the turn. As they
Looks like
maintain
it'll be
their
a
lead.
photo finish, folks. Things are going really close.
Omari Hart completes the 200 meter. Male on the 20 finishing first place. That's Raleigh House. Easy finish for Omari Hart. You have Daquan Waterman. As you see the replay coming around the turn, was a strong start from the athlete in the 8th lane, in the 7th lane, sorry. But Omari Hart from 2nd lane. Completes with ease. Very exciting event.
Very,
As we
very
will
close
make
finish.
Public to you the results as we go on for the 1500 meter. You see the girls. As you see the girls head into the queue. Females on the 20. 200 meter, another very quick race.
The Austin House camp. That's where all the Austin Housers are. All set up, ready to go.
Austin House is a very dominant house in the days. Something seems to be going wrong now as
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sitting here with Noah Passad, who's the captain of the Austin House.
Sir, don't say such things. Day isn't over yet, sir. You never know what could happen.
Let's see what's going to happen. The 200 meter, my personal my favorite. And I can't express any biasness on commentary. But Malia Haley is in this race from Durban House. Keep your eyes on Malia Haley in blue pants as they're down on their marks. And they're off.
Strong start.
The females on the 200 meter. And look at Malia Haley as she comes around the turn in blue pants. Malia Haley leading from the start. This is her event as she comes around in lane number 4. Easy work for Malia. It looks like it's going to be a tight finish for 2nd and 3rd. Malia Haley completes with dominance, finishing the under 200 meter female first position as we see 2nd and 3rd finishing. Very exciting race. Again, I would like to make it known that our event today has been monitored by officials from the Athletics Association of Guyana. You see on screen Miss Natasha, Miss Thompson. As we see Malia Haley completes dominantly in lane number 4 from Durban House. The females 200 meter on the 20. In a very short while, we'll make public to all of our viewers the results for the March pass. As you see on the 17 males getting ready at the starting block. Another exciting event. Look out for K House. For Murray Drakes also from Molder House.
The C House, we have Azrael Innes.
Azrael Innes,
The
another
bright green shirt.
Exciting talent.
This looks like it'll be a very close race, folks.
Cunningham House. Cunningham House in the bright pink track boots. You have F House, another exciting young athlete Reynald Kisoon. And personally, I think for this race, it's Daniel K. Wall from Pilgrim House in the black and white striped trunks.
Yep.
And they're down. On their marks, and they're off.
Strong start from everybody.
Keep an eye on K House, Cunningham House. Jaden Adrian as he comes around the turn. Strong athlete. He takes control from the early ons. Omari Drake's monitoring closely. In the red pants from Molder House. Reynald
See, I was pushing from the back.
Reynald Kisoon. And it's an easy win. Easy win for Jaden Adrian from Cunningham House. Sun has been very merciful to us so far in today's proceeding. We've
had a good amount of shade today, which is really good for the athletes.
Overcast so far. As we see them come around on the replay into the final stretch. Strong finish, strong start, strong finish from Jaden Adrian in lane number 2. Omari Drakes tried his best in lane 4. He has to settle for a second place finish. Molder House. As we get ready for the female under 17, another exciting bunch. These races will go by very quickly as we head into the lunch interval. One more set of events before we break for lunch, which is the 400-meter event. Grade 7 to the under 20. And they're down. And they're off.
Great start.
Good strong start. Gabrielle Felix in lane number 4 in all white. Pushes on as she comes around the turn. It's a strong athlete. Gabrielle Felix from Durban House. Angel Henry on the outside in lane number 1. Looks like light work again for Durban House.
It's a fight for third though, folks.
Fight for third and second place, but Gabrielle Felix completes the female under 17 200-meter event, finishing in 4th place. As you see, Pilgrim passes in 5th.
As you can see, Gabrielle Felix's dominant finish in that 200 meter.
I'd like to say good day to all our viewers watching on Facebook, past students, parents, supporters of Queen's College, everyone here in Guyana and from the diaspora, welcome. We hope that you're enjoying our live broadcast, hoping that we're bringing back lots of memories as we host our Inter-House Athletics Championship on our very own field. And the under 17, and they're off.
Excellent start.
This is the under 14 200-meter males.
It's a hard push around the turn. Hard to tell who's in first, who's in.
Good start from the athlete. As he comes around the turn. In lane number 2, Joshua
It's
Adereni.
a close race, folks. Lenwell coming in from lane 2.
Pilgrim Nation maintaining a steady composure as he looks to finish strong. And it's an easy victory for the athlete in lane number 2. Good finish from K House again. Cunningham, as we see Nicholas Mohammed in lane number 3. Keeping a steady focus. The next event we have for you is the 200 meter female under 14, sorry. As we see them get down on their starting blocks. Looks to be another exciting event. I'd like to say that the 200 meters go by very quickly. The next event we have lined up for you is the 400 meter grade 7 to under 20. And they're down. And they're off. This is the girls on the 14 200 meter. Coming around the stretch, strong is Marshall Welch. In lane number 1, Shanice James from Durban House in lane number 4. Pilgrim Nation is also there. Samara James from Western House fighting away in lane number 3. And it's an easy win for Durban House. Shanice James in lane number 4 as F House cross in 8th position. Samara James and H House. See lots of parents on our live feed. We hope that you're enjoying our broadcast.
Yes, yes.
Again, we're coming to you live from our very own play field here at Queen's College. If you have the time, join us live. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. We have all of the relays lined up for you. The 4x400, 4x4, 4x100, male and female open. We have the medley, teachers race, and the old students race. As you see, the grade 7 boys, the young ones who will inherit see some stretches there from the young athlete. Seems ready. Bulkan from K House. H House, athlete in deep green. And they're off.
Very strong start from the H House athlete.
Good strong from H House as he comes around the turn. It looks like this is his race. Look at H House, a little stumble, but he comes around strong as he heads into the straight.
So close for second, folks. You have Johan in line 3 in row 3, coming for second.
Adria Leacock fighting in lane number 8, hoping for a medal position. Cheers from parents and supporters here on the sidelines. And strong finish from H House in 4th position. It's a good start from H House from the get-go. And an even stronger finish. Viewers, I'll take this time before the start of the next event to announce, alright, we'll wait until this event is finished to announce the results of our March Pass proceedings that happened this morning. As I mentioned earlier, our March Pass was judged by 3 officers from the Guyana Police Force. And they're done. Start is ready. And they're off. Good start from the Western House athlete. In light blue as she comes around the turn. Very strong. Seems to be her event. Pilgrim Nation fighting for a medal position in lane number 5, sorry. These are the youngsters who will inherit good things here at Queen's College.
Yep,
I have Noah Passad with me on commentary. Noah is now upper 6 student, senior prefect.
Been at the school for a whole 7 years, a whole 6 years. This being my 7th.
Very
a lot
happy.
of experience with sports.
Very happy to have you on commentary, Noah. So we'll make public now the results for our March Pass proceedings. In 6th position, we have a tie with 60 points. Raleigh House, B House, and Austin House, C House. In 5th position, we have another tie with 65 points. Cunningham House, that's K House, and Nobbs House, L House. In third position, in fourth position with 70 points, another tie, Western House, which is F House, and Mulder, G House, tying for fourth position with 70 points. In second position, Pilgrim House, E House. And in first position, Durban House, D House, with 90 points, winning March Pass 2024. You have a short interval as we prepare for the 400-meter events. This is the last event, and then we go into our lunch break, and we will be back with the 800 meters event. That's the first event after lunch. Again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for making this live broadcast possible. Dr. Rajesh Bisnot, Dr. Amar Saw, Dr. Terence Blackman, Mr. Anthony Todd, Mr. Peter Clark, and the Guyana Business Journal and Magazine.
Okay, this is athletes getting ready for the 400.
This is the under 20 category. Males, and they're off.
Strong start from E-House.
Keep your eye on Owen Hooper in all purple representing Western House. This is his event. Strong athlete hailing from the mining town of Linden. As he braces Fias Khan from Cunningham House on the outside. Owen Hooper, strong start. Gabriel Felix maintaining a medal position at third place in the red vest. But look at Owen and Fias as they come round the finish the bend as they come into the straight. Fiaz on his shoulders.
This is looking
Gabriel
a very close
Felix.
race at first, folks.
Gabriel Felix trying to hold on to a middle position, but it's Owen Hooper. It's all Owen Hooper as he comes down. Fighting him is Fiaz Khan on the outside in lane number
Fiaz is
2.
trying his best.
And a strong finish from the two athletes. First and second position, Owen Hooper from F House and Fiaz Khan from Cunningham House. 400 meters, another exciting event. It's one time around the lap here is a 400 meter marked lap. As we see a strong finish on the replay, it was all Owen Hooper, national athlete. Alan Patterson in the blue on the outside, settling for a third position, and fourth Gabriel Felix.
Next up, we're going to have the under 20 females getting their mark and getting ready for the race. The athletes are being placed at their starting positions, waiting on the whistle to start.
Athletes lined up. This is the female on the 20 400 meter event. Another exciting event. Athletes are down on their marks.
And they're off.
They're off. Tilia Cornelius from K House in the bright yellow. CL Clement in the all black in lane number 2. Durban House athlete takes the lead away from the athlete on lane 1. Seems to be a much slower race than the males. We'll prepare for an exciting finish as we see the top 3 breakaway. These are the medal positions. Athlete in the white top in second position is Miss Lashley from G House. But it's all CL Clement as we see.
We see Ariella Hunter coming in for C House in third place, trying to finish strong for the house. She's in
Ariel Hunter
lane
now.
6.
Ariel Hunter now comes in.
She's going for the
straight.
first, folks. It'll be a close finish at first. She's pushing all she got.
This is Austin House.
It'll be-
Tilia Cornelius on the inside coming in the bright yellow.
It'll be a close one, folks.
Hoping
But looking
for-
like Tilia coming in from the back to take second place. And that is first place for C House, second place for K House. And
Third place for CL Clement from Durban House. Excitement from teachers and students.
C House here is hugging Ariella as our first first place for the day, and we are very thankful to Ariel for her hard work there.
Another good finish on replay.
You can see the effort she's putting through, the face, the focus, the concentration to get that first place. Here we have the under 17 males lining up for the 400. Another close race.
Lots of exciting talent in this race. I can promise you this will be a close race. You see in lane number 1 from K-House, national athlete Joshua MacArthur. Daniel K-Wall from Pilgrim Nation. In the white vest and black trunks. Omari Hart, with the bright pink track boot. Another exciting athlete in this event.
Also have Raymond Posade representing Seahawks in the black shirt, black shorts.
And they're done. I can promise you that this one will be a very close race. Everyone will fight to get in that medal position. And they're off. Keep your eyes on lane number 1, viewers. Joshua MacArthur, national athlete.
He's the guy to look out for, folks.
Purple vest and black trunks. K-House. Daniel K-Wall in the white vest and black and white trunks. Also another exciting athlete. We see Jovel Attali from Western House in the blue trunks. He has decided that he will take it on very early and challenge the national athlete Joshua MacArthur. Jovel staying very close, F and K, but it's all Joshua in this race, folks. Joshua MacArthur comes around the turn into the stretch. Very strong athlete. He trains with the Police Sports Club, and he will be representing us in the inter-schools. It's Joshua coming down the straight, a strong fight for third place. Raymond, Daniel K-Wall also in third position, fighting, and Jovel has lost his gas. As we see the finish, third for Jovel, second for Daniel K-Wall. An exciting race. Joshua MacArthur finishing in first position. As you look at the replays, way ahead of the pack, way in front, strong finish in lane 1.
Here we have the under 17 females. Yes, the under 17 females lining up for their 400 race.
As you get ready for the on the 17 category, the females on the 17 of the 400 event. This is the last event before we go into our lunch interval. This is another exciting event. Anika De Freitas in lane number 1 from Austin House is the favorite. Rebecca Joseph from Durban House in lane number 4 is another exciting athlete to keep your eye on. Renee Whitaker from Pilgrim Nation. Janai from Sea House, Austin House in lane number 3. Remember, this is the girls on the 17 400 meter event. And they're off. Angel Henry in lane number 8 with the orange patch on her shirt. As we see F House deciding early. Rebecca Joseph in the black and white trunks has decided that she's going to take this on very early as we head into the 200 mark of this event. Anika De Freitas on the outside though in the green long sleeve top. That's the athlete to look out for. We are fighting for a medal position. These athletes are out here in this scorching heat representing their houses. And Rebecca has fallen back to a champion athlete, Anika De Freitas. She has fallen into second as they come into the finish. What can Rebecca do? Seems to be all Anika at the moment. As we see the athlete in lane number 2 hold on for a medal position in third place.
Clutching.
Renee Whitaker, Angel Henry coming in. Anika finishing strong in first. Rebecca Joseph from Durban House second. And the athlete from B House finishing third. Angel Henry from K House in fourth position. Renee Whitaker from Pilgrim Nation in fifth. Janai Shiram from Austin House finishing sixth. And an F House athlete seventh. Another very exciting race. Remember, folks, our event is coming to you live from the Queen's College ground. So if you're in Georgetown, please make your way over here as we support our athlete. We are celebrating 180 years as an institution this year. I'll ask Noah to share some of his insights, and he's a senior prefect here, so he must have some information to share with viewers.
Yes, there's a lot planned for this 180th anniversary. A lot of events going on, especially in the latter week of October. It's just a week of activities for the school. There's a chop-off competition coming on for the inter-house. As you can see, houses don't only matter during sports. It's a year-round family. There's always going to be competitions throughout the year for the houses to fight for. A few more competitions such as Miss and Mrs. Queen's College, which will also be an inter-house competition as well. So as you see, the house's competitive spirit will lean through the rest of the term and into next year as well.
I was also told that you have a day of sports planned on our ground. Yes, I was told that we have a day of sports. I was told that cricket, table tennis, I think basketball also. It's going to be current student versus past student. So it's going to be an exciting day in that week-long event celebrating our 180th anniversary as an institution. Long, rich history. I'm very privileged to join this institution 8 years now. I've learned a lot as we get ready for the under 14 to 400 meter event. Alvaro Singh, champion boy from the 1500 meter this morning, is in this event, so he's one to look out for. From Pilgrim Nation in the purple vest, Rico Wells, who I think got third position in an event earlier, is also here from F House. So I'm going to get ready. Joshua Aderemi from Durban House, who medaled in the 1500 event, is also here. So exciting as they're done on their marks. Officials from the Athletics Association are here as well. And they're off. Emmanuel Barrow, who won the 1500 on the 14 boys, is also in this race in lane number 7. He's another exciting one to look out for. Rico Wells has decided that he's not going to waste time in this race. From F House, Rico Wells has decided that he's going to create gap very early on. We'll yet to see if he's going to maintain that coming around the first turn and into the straight. Nice and steady from champion boy Alvaro Singh from Pilgrim Nation. Rico has taken it on himself that he's going to finish this race in front.
He's kept up his pace since the start. No slowing down just yet. Looking steady and solid for...
Alvaro comes around now. Alvaro and Emmanuel will be hunting Rico down as they come around in the straight. Look out for K House. K House, Emmanuel Barrow, has saved his energy for the last stretch, and he's making a mockery of these athletes.
In lane one, we also have COs coming in there. They're fighting for third.
And an easy win, well-paced race from Emmanuel Barrow, second position from H House. So another victory for K House on the track today. They've been doing very well.
Yes, they've been on top so far as relates to track events.
Cunningham House has been a champion house for many years at Queen's College. In the past 12 years, I can tell you that Cunningham House has 4 titles, sorry.
Showing their dominance throughout the years. It's remarkable, honestly.
Fell away a little bit in the field events this year, but they're hoping to make a comeback on the track as we get ready for the females on the 400 meter. We have 2 more races for you in the morning session, and then we close for lunch. So they're down on their marks, getting ready. Nice overcast conditions here today. Now very grueling on our athletes. And they're off. This is the female on the 200 meter events. We see C House.
C House taking dominance.
And K House again on the outside has decided that they will break away from the pack as they head towards the 200 meter mark.
Let's see how long they can keep this up, folks. There's some interlane.
Seem to have some breaches there by K House. We'll see how the officials will make as we see in the background.
C House still going strong.
Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, is here with us today, supporting us as a parent and a past student of the college. Honorable Minister Ashni Singh. K House has fallen away from that very good start, but it's C House. It's all C House.
All C House this race. Sheer dominance, pace, and speed, but the race isn't over yet.
That's right, as they come around the turn.
But things are looking in favor of C House.
Come around the turn, C House heading into the straight.
She's pushing, she's focused. You can see she's struggling.
But they're hunting her down. Seems to be some more lane breaches by K House. K House seems to be in some trouble. As we see the athlete in lane number 3 fighting. And she's past C House now.
Just overtook C House.
To finish in first position.
What a race, folks. That was... I came close all the way to the end.
Good run still by C House. As you see the officials there making the checks on the breaches of the lane. We'll have some disqualifications likely as we look at the replay.
Wonderful overtake by girl in lane 6.
Remember, today is the finals of all of these events. We had the heats, the qualification on Monday.
Yes.
So if you notice 8 houses on the track, you should know that 2 houses didn't qualify because we have 8 lanes here.
Yep. As you can see for COs here, we have my own brother representing us, Ryan Passad, repping the white shirt in lane, what is that, lane 5. Athletes on their mark. And they're off, folks. COs pushing through, trying to create a gap. What a clear gap we see in between COs and the rest of the athletes behind them. COs pushing through, COs is pushing through. There goes C in first place, folks. C is in first place. He's pushing, he's determined to get this medal for the house. The house has been struggling this year, and we're looking for first place, and we see COs is really pushing to get that first place going.
We see Senior Prefect Atia Alicock on
Vice Captain of COs. They're
there.
supporting our host as much as she can.
That's right.
But we can see this gap slowly, not
widening.
No, it's shrinking now.
Seahouse
looking a bit burnt out, but he's gonna still push. He's pushing.
2 athletes hunting him down now. And look at the athlete on the outside. He has paced his race very well, the athlete in lane number 1, as he comes into the finish line. And look at Bulkan.
Look at Bulkan.
Bulkan in
out
the all
of nowhere coming into first place. What a performance by Bulkan today, folks. Here we have Bulkan with a very dominant finish at first. What a well-run race for him. CO's finishing in third. What a well race.
That was very professional from the athlete in all black, Bulkan. Strong, nice finish, well-paced race. Remember, the 400 event is a very difficult event.
Very true.
Not only does it require a lot of stamina and endurance, but you have to be very smart in how you pace your event. So good on the young man. He's showing good signs of a good athlete very early on. Remember, this is the grade 7.
Yes. Their first ever sports in the college, and they're really performing and coming out here and representing their house well today.
We hope that you all have been enjoying our broadcast so far. The viewers on Facebook and YouTube. You can find us on YouTube at FL Sport.
Now we see here the grade 7 400 meter female athletes get ready to line up at their positions.
This will be the last event for the morning session.
Last race, right? Last race,
sorry. Nice, clean, well-trimmed Queen's College field.
And some good overcast weather as well.
Good job by Mr. Baksh, our head groundsman. This is going to be another exciting event, the 400 meter grade 7 girls. If you're listening and you're wondering, where is this grade 7 category coming from? Well, this is a new initiative by the Ministry of Education through its Allied Arts Department. They have removed the under 12 category to make it easier for the grade 7 students to participate. Because most times when you get to when you get to secondary school, sorry, you are no longer in the under 12. Just a handful of students will be participating in that category. So we've made it into a grade 7 category. So I must commend the Allied Arts Department of the Ministry of Education for a good initiative. We've also removed the under 16 category, if you were wondering. It's now under 17 and under 20. And this is in keeping with the format heading into the Carifta Games. So they're down on their marks. And they're off.
Notice there a slow start from Pilgrim House. Weston House bursting through the gates with an early push.
K House in lane number 7. Now Weston House has decided that she is going to create gap very early. Can she maintain it though?
Exactly what I was about to say.
That's the question as we
mentioned. Can she maintain this? Because we've seen this many times in this 400 meter. There's a clear gap with someone in the first place. But they only do the 200 meter properly and then they start falling back. But I must say, this gap between Weston House and the rest of the racers, it is a really wide gap, folks.
As we see the event goes on, and we have the athlete from Weston House
dominating this race.
Mentioned earlier, we have Minister Ashni Singh, Honorable Minister Ashni Singh, in our presence. We see the finish, heading into the finish. Finishing with loud applause. Easy race. She walks over. Very
dominant.
Very
dominant. Very demure, sir. What a dominant performance from the Weston House racer. And what a great way to send us off into lunch, would you say?
As we try to see the last medal position. Seems to be completed by H House.
Finishing strong.
Mr. Relayer on the announcer. Encouraging our students. H House medaling in this event to 3rd place. Durban in 4th. Sorry, Durban in 6th. Pilgrim in 4th in the all purple. As we see Minister Ashni Singh on screen again. He's here not only as a past student of the college, but also as a parent. He has 2 children here, 2 sons.
One's in upper 6. We have Abhinav there, and then we have Abhi Veer in 4th form right now.
That's right. So
both very, very important people to their houses, both holding executive positions and work hard towards their house.
So we'll break now for our lunch interval. We'll start back at 1 p.m. That's 33 minutes to be exact from now. Half hour we'll say in Guyanese context. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. for the restart of the 800 meters event. So see you then, folks.
Great. Welcome back, everyone. We've just finished our lunch break. I am Arthur Roberts, and myself, and Nathaniel Sugnandan are here to restart the races after lunch. Now, as you can see here, the 800-meter races have started, and they have started with the under 14 males. Nathaniel?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to see this race. Seeing Sayat Sankar from F House taking the lead in first place right now.
Great. And these boys are showing great determination. It has been a tiring day thus far, but they are still stretching their legs to reach across that line. We can see gaps forming between those who are leading and those who are behind. And these boys in front, first and second, are determined to get their houses these points.
Sayat Sankar with a very good lead right now. Yeah, Sayat Sankar with a very good lead right now. Can see Emmanuel Barrow from K House in third, and the other houses trail behind.
However, even though this race has its leaders, these boys are not separating as far as we would expect them to. However, it's not the end of the race, and so many things can still happen. The first 400 meter of the 800 meter race has been completed, and these boys are continuing very strongly striding towards the end of the race.
Can see Emmanuel Barrow from K House catching up to Sayat Sankar now on this last 400.
No. Now, following these races, we will have races from all of the categories concerning the 800, and then we will have the 100-meter sprints. So stay on the live and invite as many others as you want to the live, because it's getting way more exciting as soon as possible. Watch carefully again as K House's Emmanuel Barho continually catches up with the boy in first place, Syed Sankar, and as they push towards this last 200 meter of this 800 meter race.
Looks like it's going to be a tight battle with K and F House.
And there Emmanuel Barrow passes to take K House's first position in the 800 meter on the 14 boys.
Yeah, Emmanuel Barrow surpassing Sayat Sankar, and now Sankar, who had a very good lead at the start of the race. We see the other houses catching up to him, and he's dropped back to third.
What an unexpected jump as these houses continually battle for the top three positions.
And Emmanuel Barrow taking first place.
Pushes ahead along the 100-meter stretch. The race is not yet done as these boys are sprinting down towards the end. However, Emmanuel Barrow keeps his lead and pushes and crosses that line for first position. Following him,
Kamal.
I believe that's A House.
And Sayat Sankar, who was in first place for a majority of the race, drops back to third. So that just shows you that it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish.
Yes. There we see a finish that also needs to be counted for as C House and E House fight for fourth and fifth. There we have the replay again. Even though these boys are fighting for that position, Emmanuel Barrow holds his lead and ensures that K House gets the first position in this race after the restart from lunch. Dominant performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the picture finish that is coming up. So let's continue. And so far we have the preliminary results for the sports entirety. This includes not only the 5K and 3K that was run on Monday, but the events that were thrown on Wednesday. So far we have Durban House leading with 405 points. In second place is Cunningham House with 395 points. In third place, E House, 379 points. Fourth place, F House, 358 points. Fifth place, H House, 330 points. Sixth place, B House, 320 points. Seventh place, G House, 314 points. Eighth place, A House, 298 points. Ninth place, L House, 271 points. And currently in last position is Austin House or C House, 267 points. But do not be disheartened, viewers. The races are not yet complete. We still have so many events yet for today. So it is not decided yet who is the winner. And as you can see, the totals or scores are still very, very closely knit together. It is still anyone's game, and anyone can still win.
Yes, totally agreed.
Right. Now we have the under 14 females 800 meters starting. As you can see, all 10 houses are represented here. I think and there they go, the girls starting off their races. We can see even steady strides and even races, but we can see a few girls going way ahead of the others at the beginning. Can they keep this pace up? Do they have the stamina to last 2 entire laps with this pace? Let's hope so.
Yeah, a pacey start, and it's maybe not always good to start off pacey because you may tend to get tired on the last half lap or so. So we have to look to see if they can keep this pace for the entire 2 laps.
However, each runner must know their own abilities. So let's see what they do in this race. We can see the girls still keeping well together on their paces, etc. And they're continuing as a pack towards the second 200 meter of this 800 thus far. Slightly losing balance there, but she recuperated herself. These girls are still doing their best to run and reach and are ensuring that they give up their all to ensure that their house gets the most points possible. 5 runners at the front.
Looks to be a tight race so far.
Let's hope that they can keep up with their own momentums. Some familiar faces here. If you've been watching from early, you can see that a lot of these runners have run before. The spacey start has consequences of some runners actually slowing down and stopping thus far.
I can see one runner holding her stomach, maybe a case of stitches, drank too much water during the lunch interval.
However, we can see these girls still ensuring that they're going to give up their all and give up their best. Currently, we can see D House fighting with A House for second position, while the bell indicates that there's only 1 lap left in this 800 meter.
And Samara Sukai is in the lead currently. She would want to keep this lead till the end of the race.
The Seahouser is currently creating a sizable gap. However, it's not the end of the race, and she's being closely followed by D and A House and the remaining houses. Let's see how she goes.
Yeah, still being able to maintain her lead. You can see the Seahousers cheering her on.
Great enthusiasm and excitement from the crowd as the Seahousers in the lead.
And she's still keeping her lead. This is very impressive from the Seahouser Samara Sukai.
She's heading into her last 200 meter of the 800 meter. Can she maintain this pace? Can she maintain? And she's creating.
The house. Looks like this one will go in favor of C. What do you think, Arthur?
Right. She has a little over 100 meters left. She has to push if she wants to win.
You can see her encountering now. Looks like she's going to keep that gap, and she's coming up to the finish line now.
Right. They're her last 100 meter stretch, and you can see her stretching her legs and increasing her pace to ensure that she reaches across this line. Look at her go. Following closely after her is D House. And in the frame is no one close behind them. And we can see that the Seahouser is taking the lead as the D Houser has lost her stamina, starting to walk behind. And in first position for the 800 meter on the 14 females is C House.
Yeah, C House has managed to, as we would say, gap all the other houses, and a very impressive win for C House in this 800 meter.
Keen attention as D House crosses the line for second place.
See the other girls walking, and one begins to run now.
However, that one run has motivated the other to run as these two push along the 100 meter stretch. That look at the stride.
Very impressive strides.
And it seems that the fight for third place has been won. Fourth, fifth, and sixth follow closely after, as third place walks across the line. And there we have fourth.
And fifth, sixth, and seventh and sixth seem to be running now, and fifth is walking.
And the sixth place is running, but the A houser looks back, crosses the line at fifth. As G house crosses the line in sixth. Pilgrim, Woolley follow closely after, while they start lining up the under 17 males for the 800 race. Now, this race upcoming, the under 17 male 800, we've seen a lot of distance runners from this category thus far. Nathaniel, what do you think? Who do you think is going to be the winner of this race?
Yeah, it's very hard to decide. Have to go in favor of the K-House who's running this race though, because I'm from K-House.
Yes, no biases today, audience. But we seriously have a lot of talent in this category. We've seen some runners earlier this morning. Durban House's Kenroy Jameer. Keith Cunningham House's Joshua McCarter, a nationals athlete. Mulder House's Omari Drakes. We have to watch and see as the officials lining up for the 800 meter. Also present there that we may not have seen specifically today is the Pilgrim Houser Jamal Prince, who did extremely well in the 5,000 meter race. So there are a lot of stars ready to shine in this race.
It's going to be a tight one there.
Present is also Shamar McKay of Woolley House. So again, the boys line up for the under 17 800 meter, and the starter gets them ready to go, giving them the instructions. Again, they must maintain their lanes for a set period of meters before they can all merge into the first lane. And the race starts. It looks as if the A houses
taking a lead.
Following closely after is C and K. However, this is still a tight pack with H, E, D following closely after.
It's going to be an interesting one.
It surely will.
We can see A, C, and K house all fighting for first place right now. A house in first.
Yeah. While following after them is H houses Shamar McKay, Durban houses Kenroy Jameer, and Mulder houses Omari Drakes. This race is not yet over as these boys are turning about the turn and starting to increase in pace. C house takes the first position while K house continues to fight. A house dropping behind the two. H house, G house, D house, E house, B house, F house. Everyone is staying well together. This is a race to see.
It's a really
the bell is rung loudly to indicate this is the last lap, while K house and H house and C house are the leading podium places right now. However, these boys have not stopped pushing, but a gap is seen to be formed. Yeah. We see Omari Hart from B house pushing from behind. Can he make it? Can he pass Joshua McCarter?
Joshua McCarter starting to create a sizable gap with the other houses.
There goes Shamar McKay trying to keep up with Joshua McCarter's gap and also creating a gap of his own. However, the race is not yet finished as we see these boys increasing their pace. About 200 meters separates Joshua McCarter of Cunningham House from the first place medal.
And McCarter just starting to create a very large gap between the other houses now. starting to increase his speed and lengthen his strides.
And there goes his stride onto the last 100 meter as he comes powering down.
Yeah, this is very impressive stuff from MacArthur.
There goes Kenroy Jameer passing Shamar McKay. There goes Jamal Prince passing Shamar McKay. D and E House fighting for second respectively as Joshua MacArthur takes first place for K House. Following closely after in D and E. That's a close line finish. We must see that on the replay.
Yeah, well, MacArthur, I have to congratulate him on that. Very impressive stuff there.
This was a race to see all the boys fighting for their positions. And there is Joshua MacArthur again with that sizable gap powering down. But watch again keenly as Jamal Prince and Kenroy Jameer fight for that second place position. Who crosses the line first? We'll have to let the officials decide. Huh? Yeah. And E House's Jamal Prince gets second in that race. That is a race to see. Now the under 17 girls are lining up for their 800. Some familiar faces are seen again. Anika de Freitas, who just ran at 1500 this morning, a dominant expression. Can she do that again? What do you think, Nathaniel?
Yeah, well, she has to push again, maybe. From the morning race, she's maybe a bit tired. Had to get that rest during the lunch interval. Will be interesting to see.
Yeah. More familiar faces here. We've seen a lot of these runners this morning. Let's see what they can do this afternoon.
And the instructor giving them the instructions as we're about to begin this race.
And the official is ready to start, waving his flag, and the race has begun. The girls are getting ready. The girls are pushing themselves.
Oh, and we can see Eliana Ganpat from the third form level. She's in E-House. She's just taken a substantial lead.
And that is a pace that we've not seen thus far in this race. But we will let her trust in her abilities and see how far she can push herself. In first and second are creating a gap. However, these girls will not allow them to get away from them. And will push themselves. They continue to stride. Anika de Freitas from the 1500 this morning. Percival Houses. Anika de Freitas starting to gain some positions and push past some of her competitors, keeping a steady stride.
Yeah, Nika de Freitas looks like she didn't even run this morning. She looks still energized. Looks like she had a good lunch break. She looks well rested.
And she comes down the first 100-meter stretch. As she gets ready for her last lap, the girls following behind her. Girls maintaining a close distance with each other, pushing themselves to the maximum.
And Anika de Freitas starting to form a gap right now.
Increasing her space and steadily stretching her stride. There she goes. Her last lap has begun and she's ready to take her first place medal again. Who is going to stop her?
I don't think anyone can stop her. See all of the other female athletes' speed have begun to decrease now.
Yes, all of them in the pack. But the race is not yet over. As the bell indicates, the last lap for everyone there. These athletes are all pushing themselves to the maximum. Some of them breathing heavily, but they are going to ensure that they give up their best for their houses. There goes Anika de Freitas again on that 100-meter stretch. Over 200 meters separating her from another first place medal. Can she do it?
Yeah, I believe she can. I believe it's a battle for second place right now. Anika de Freitas is just forming a massive gap with the other racers.
But the other girls have not given up thus far. They are still pushing themselves and they're still going as far as they possibly can. Let's see how this race goes.
Yeah, very interesting race.
Yeah.
For Anika de Freitas, it mightn't be because it seems like she's running with herself right now.
True. Following closely behind her, K House takes the second position.
And L House following closely behind.
The other girls remain in a pack, with Mulder trying to gain on K and L. But there goes Anika again, a similar 100-meter stretch as she goes alone, gapped, distance from everyone around her.
Anika de Freitas must be saying to herself, it's too easy.
It truly looks too easy. Sleep. Good night. Good night. Where's the competition, she's asking, as she crosses the line for first place. There we can see the under 20 boys are beginning to line up for the 800 meter as these girls get ready to cross the line. Following after Anika de Freitas, we have K and G House pushing themselves across this line.
Can see Brianna from K House looking to fight for that second place.
As she crosses and gets her second, Malia Wilson of G House collects third place and ends on the podium.
And Shamaya from L House will receive third place. Fourth, my apologies.
And there go the girls, tired but crossing the lines, tired but receiving the positions that they fought for. Collapsing, but across the line.
And we can see Eliana Ganpat, who started off the race, gapping everyone, is now walking to receive last place.
However, we must note that every place is a point.
Yeah.
And as she crosses that line, she's doing it for her house. We should encourage her to run. Get over there quickly.
Yeah. Just shows you that as an athlete, you need to know yourself. If you start off too quickly, if you're going to lose your energy, or start off slow.
Correct.
And then increase your energy.
Again, this is a reminder of the standings as they were last tabulated. Durban House is still in the lead with 405 points. Following closely after them is Cunningham House with 395 points. After them, Pilgrim, 379. Weston, 358. Woolley, 330. Those are your top 5 standings. B House has 320 points. G with 314. A with 298. L with 271. And currently in last place is C House with 267. But again, viewers, let us not forget that the races for today are not finished and all the points have not been added to these scores. There's still so much to go on, and any house can win the Queen's College Inter-House Athletics Competition 2024. Yes. Now, so now we have the under 20 male 800 meter as the official lines them up and starts telling them their specific instructions for this race. We can see the boys lined up according to House. Michael Henry of A House, Alan Patterson, Solomon Kishondial.
Fias Khan from K House.
Dave Shouty is there representing Pilgrim. Owen Hooper for Weston. Raphael Joseph from Mulder House. Omari Bailey for Knobs. They're keenly listening to the instructions as the starter gets ready to begin the races. And they go off ready for this 800 meter as they fight.
Fias Khan in the lead at first.
Yes, striding steadily. I'm sure we all remember Fias Khan from this morning's 1500.
Yes, we do.
Who distanced himself from everyone else crossing the line with hundreds of meters to spare.
Yes.
Can he replicate that performance this afternoon?
Currently, C House is in the lead.
Despite Fiaz's start, but however, the race is still not complete. These boys are still fighting. These boys are still fighting. Now, this is a reminder, after this race, we'll have the female under 20 800, after which you will have the 100-meter sprint. Please stay tuned. There are an exciting amount of races approaching. Seahouse maintains the lead, Solomon retains the lead, but these boys are gaining quickly behind him.
Starting to catch up with him.
Yes, on this 100-meter stretch, Solomon Kishondayal from Seahouse is being steadily followed by Michael Henry of A House, and Fiaz Khan of K House, and Gabriel Felix of Durban House. The bell is rung to indicate that this is the last lap of the 800. We see Gabriel picking up his pace to take the lead for Durban House, while Solomon, Michael, and Fiaz stay behind. The remainder of the boys keep pushing.
Some lovely strides we are seeing.
However, the race is still not over. We see all these boys picking up their paces, pushing for their houses, pushing for themselves, pushing for that podium.
Other houses remain behind.
Yes. There goes Gabriel. A little over 150 meters separating him from first place. There he goes, stretching his feet, while the remaining houses pick up their paces to see if they can catch up with him. He bouts the turn, ready for the final 100-meter stretch between him and the finish line.
And we can
but
see
behind him is Fiaz Khan of
Who-
Cunningham House.
Has a determined look on his face. Is he gonna fight for that first place with Gabriel?
And there they go, fighting. But Gabriel Felix crosses the line first, taking first place for Durban House, while Fiaz Khan collects second and silver medal. Michael Henry crosses third. Solomon Kishondayal follows.
And the other houses.
Right. That was say B houses, Alan Patterson crosses, followed by G houses, Raphael Joseph, followed by F houses, Owen Hooper, followed by hopefully what would be Knobs houses. As he sprints across the line, Knobs houses, Omari Bailey.
Saved it for the last.
Yes. As the girls line up for the under 20 800 meter. Remember, after the under 20 female 800 meter, we will be seeing the 100-meter sprints for each category.
So
And
stay tuned, because some interesting races are coming up.
And there they go. Now all the houses are participating in this race, but we must be keen to all the houses who are currently participating. Taking the lead currently is Janae C. Prasad. Following after her is Ariella Hunter, I believe. Chioma Biko.
Caitlin Norton.
Caitlin Norton for Key House.
Yeah.
Caitlin Norton for Key House. And these girls are keeping a steady pace as they head into the final 200 meters of the first lap of this 800 meter. They're keeping a steady pace and pushing themselves to the limit for their houses.
You can see Caitlin Norton starting to push herself a little bit.
As we can see, F House in first place, K in second, and G in third, while Ariella Hunter is in fourth. However, the race is not yet finished. G House's Shioma Biko pushes past Caitlin Norton for second as she stays on the toes of Janae C. Prasad. These girls are definitely pushing themselves to the limit. Look at the pace.
Yeah, this is very impressive stuff from our female athletes.
The bell is rung to indicate the last lap. And Janae C. Prasad and Chiemo Biko start making distance between themselves and the remainder of the athletes. These are the two to watch, F House and G House, as they push towards that finish line. Following after G is Caitlin Norton of K, retaining her third position. And following after Caitlin is Ariella Hunter.
Can see a sizable gap with F and G house from K house
Mhm.
and the other houses.
As they push towards that line, a little over 200 meters separates them from that podium as these girls push towards the finish line.
And the F house is starting to create a gap with the G house.
Yes, Janae C. Prasad pushes ahead, but it seems that Chiyoma Biko is not going to allow her to simply get away. These girls are fighting for their positions. They've bowed the turn for the final 100 meter. Are we going to see a showdown? Are they going to accept their current positions?
Can see the G house is starting to catch up with the F house.
But the F houser adjusts her pace as she looks back to make sure that she can keep that position. Let's see what will happen. Will they sprint to the end? And Janae C. Prasad crosses the line for first place in the under 20 female 800 meter. She's followed by G House's Chiyoma Biko. She's followed by Ariella Harlequin of Austin House.
And Caitlin Norton comes in
for fourth place. To start the 100 meter race, returning is Mr. Mohammed Nasir, again our leading sports coordinator. Welcome back, Mr. Nasir.
Yeah, good to be back after a good nice lunch. We're on with some very hot sun this afternoon.
Really, but these students are still fighting the heat and running across the field to ensure that their houses get as much points as possible. And there we have the girls of grade 7 ready for the 100 meter. Watch carefully as these girls sprint across this stretch to give their house maximum points. And off they go. And off they go. With a sizable pace. And across the line she goes. Across the line she goes.
Yeah, seem to have some trouble there. Orta on replay. 3 athletes in one lane.
3.
So the officials, the lane judges will come into effect to make their decision.
As to who was incorrect and
Gonna have a number of breaches. Number of disqualifications may happen in this event.
yes.
Remember, we're starting back with the 100 meter. All of the 100 meter.
So now after this, we will have the grade 7 male 100 meters. As you can see, they're currently lining up. The house is represented.
And they're down. Keep an eye on H House in the dark green. Keep an eye on Ethan Bulkan in
From
all black
K-House.
from K House, Cunningham.
And off they go,
Nice.
pacing forward, leaning with their torsos.
Nice. Look
And
at.
we can see H House ahead, but behind him closely is G House, and wow,
Good
what
strong finish.
momentum.
Good strong
What
finish.
a push. What a fight. Look at this on the replay. H House's athlete pushes ahead, creating a sizable gap between him and the remaining athletes of the 100 meter. Following closely is Kimar of G House. And look at this finish. But look at that finish. He did fall on the ground, guys. That is momentum. That is force. That is passion. That is QC Sports. We can see the girls lining up for the under 14.
Ronaldo announced medley 1500 boys, 800 girls, under 14. This is the girls under 14, right?
And there we go.
Athletes are down. This is the girls 100 meter. Keep an eye on K House Marshall Welch on the outside lane. And they're off. Riciel Fowler in lane number 4 in the bright fluorescent track. She's
But
coming ahead.
pushing
She's
ahead
pushing ahead.
is-
Riciel Fowler is making way.
But
She'll
we
have
have
to settle for
see
second
this
though.
finish. And in first place, G House's Jada Fox. What a finish. Let's look at the finish as these girls are pushing ahead. Athletes sprinting as quickly as they possibly can. Striding with their feet. What pace, what power, what precision as they cross that finish line.
I'd like to say good afternoon to all the parents on our live. I see Miss Beverly Fields. Miss Beverly Fields and I worked very closely when she was a parent at Queen's College, or still is a parent at Queen's College. Good afternoon to you, Miss Fields. All the other parents on the live, welcome. I hope you're enjoying our broadcast. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Queen's College ground, right on Thomas and Camp Street. If you're in the Georgetown environs, please do stop by and support us. Our athletes who are participating in our 2024 edition of the Interhouse Athletics Championship as we prepare for the under 1400 meter. And they're off. And there's some breaches of lane. Josiah Stevens from C House ran across 2 athletes. The starter
Into the
stopped the
middle.
race.
We
May have
to
some
see
problem
the
as you see on
decision.
replay.
May have
He
ever
switched.
been 3.
He's breached 2 lanes.
We
So
must
we'll
see
have
the
to see what
decision.
we'll have to see what decision the starter is there, enforcing the rules of maintaining the lanes.
It seems as if the boys will be given another chance.
Yep.
We must remember that the athletes are required to maintain their lanes in the sprints. They go down again. A chance of redemption maybe. As they set themselves. Preparing for the 100 meter stretch. And there they go. Sprinting forward.
Rico Wells of F House, Joshua Aderemi of Durban. We have G House on the outside. Josiah Stevens from C House has placed fourth with ease. And there you have Miss Cave, Deputy Principal of C House, very elated at the performance of her son, Josiah Stevens.
Of course, of course.
As you see the replay, Josiah Stevens, of course, from C House, Austin House. They need the help. Austin House is not in a good position this year.
But performances like these are what are going to push them.
Definitely.
From where they are to where they need to be.
Definitely.
And we can see the excitement in our deputies' face and celebration. The captain is also there jumping for joy. What a race that was.
Right,
Now
so we're heading into the bigger boys now, so it's going to be more excitement.
Of course, the under-17 girls are lining up for their 100-meter race.
More pace on the field now.
Some familiar faces will be seen. Let's take note.
K House has been doing very well on the track. They needed the help. They have not done so well on the field events. As we see the girls on the 17, my favorite in lane number 3, Gabriella Felix from Durban House. Shamaya Williams on the outside.
Wow.
And they are off.
Pushing.
Pilgrim Nation with a good start.
With pace.
Saisha Sortima with the orange in lane number 2.
It seems that this difference is quite hard to see, but the differences are being made. We must see this finish. But
good finish from Gabrielle Felix.
Gabrielle Felix of Durban House.
Followed
Followed closely by Saisha of Raleigh. And we must look back at this replay to see who got third. 14 seconds. Wow. As Ms. Roller would have said earlier today, these athletes are being prepared for the Olympics.
See A House on the outside, the first lane, the Freitas. I had her down as a favorite as well, but she seemed winded.
Let's see that finish.
Looks like Pilgrim Nation took third.
It does look so. And the under 17 males have already lined up. Now, this is a race we have to see. This is a race that we have to see. This is a race that we have been waiting for as the boys go down. And I say get ready. This starter, set, and off.
Keep your eyes on Kenroy Jameer in all black. Daniel K-Wall in the black and white trunks. On the outside, you have Ned Jaren Boucher from F House. It looks like a tight finish. Looks like a tight squeeze.
Look at the push. Is that Jaren? Is that Jaquan? Who is it? We got to see that on the replay. Who is it? The house captains are standing by the tent, waiting patiently for the call by the officials. And we can see them pacing, keeping up with each other. They're pushing themselves to the limit. But who crosses the line first?
Daniel K-Wall and Jameer in the middle were the favorites.
But they've been surpassed.
These lads, they ran a lot of races today.
And it looks as if Western House's Jaren Boucher has crossed the line for first place.
Good race.
What a race.
Good race from F House.
This is not the end, though. The under 20 females 100 meter is beginning to line up. The officials are discussing, and we are waiting for the girls to line up. We must be patient.
I must again say thanks to all of our sponsors who made this broadcast possible. Thank you to Dr. Terence Blackman, who was very instrumental in putting together, making this initiative a possibility. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Queen's College ground on Thomas Lands. Please, if you're in the vicinity, you're a parent, you're a past student, you're a supporter of the college, do stop by the Parent Teachers Association. We have a sale to raise funds. Please stop and support them if you can. Stop and support our athletes. This is the female on the 100 meter. C House in the green top, Durban in the blue. K on the outside. F,
G,
G.
and H, E. These girls have been waiting all day for this race.
Remember, if you are wondering why we have 8 houses instead of the 10 houses at Queen's College, this is the finals for these events. We had our heats on Monday. So if the house is not here, it means that they didn't
were
qualify. They
disqualified.
didn't qualify for these events. So seem to be some delays. Starters making sure all the athletes understand that if you bridge the lane, you'll be disqualified. As we see the under 20 boys in the background, keep an eye on the all-black athlete when he's ready to run. Michael Brown, national athlete. Keep an eye on this race on Malia Haley in the blue trunk and the white pants in lane number and the white shirt in lane number 4.
Fighting for this position.
And they're off.
As they go.
Malia Haley takes a strong start. We have Miss Boucher from F House in the middle. But it's all Malia Haley at this time. All Malia Haley as she pushes forward towards the finish line. It's an easy work, light work for Malia Haley of Durban
Quickly
House.
across the line. Look at that gap.
See how seems to be
Picking up a slight injury on the finish. Let's see that replay.
Good afternoon to Mr. Hicks, 2N Hicks, who's joining us on Facebook. Good afternoon to Umesh Danram, who is also on the live. Hope you gentlemen are enjoying the broadcast, coming to you from the Queen's College ground. All of the other parents and athletes on our broadcast viewing us live, welcome. Hope you're enjoying.
And the final 100-meter race is being lined up. There is so much on the line for this race. Pay attention to the athletes as they get ready for the bragging rights for the next year as they set off.
Keep an eye on Michael Brown in lane number 1.
As they
in
push.
all black. Light work from Michael Brown from
Kyle
the start.
Coachman.
Kyle Coachman from K House is
In
pushing
the
ahead.
lead.
This looks like it's going to be a good fight.
This is bragging rights and Kyle Coachman.
Finishing second behind Michael Brown, the national athlete. Comes
As we
from
cross the
Soesdijk.
line.
He trains with the Police Sports Club.
Now this is another look. And now please be ready as the 100 meters are now concluded. The medleys and relays for this afternoon will be started.
So if you see on the background, you'll notice lots of machinery and building materials parked on our ground. This is kind of a storage area for the contractors working on the Thomas Land roads. So Queen's College has been kind enough to allow our space for them to do their storage of their building materials and other machinery and so on. So in case viewers were wondering what's happening on our ground, this has nothing to do with Queen's College, has nothing to do with the ground. It's just a holding facility, you can say, for the contractors working on the Thomas Land access road. I'm joined now on commentary by a very young and enthusiastic student of the college, Mr. Nathaniel Suknandan. He has asked me for special permission to be on commentary. He's very interested in what's happening on commentary. He has an interest for sports commentary. As you see on the display, Thomas Land's access road is being heavily rehabilitated. So just giving you some visuals of what's happening there. Remember, after the 100 meter, we are going to start the medley. We're going to start with the 1500 medley that's run by the boys under 14 and the 800 medley done by the girls under 14 only. After the medley, we move into the relays. 2 relays we have loaded for you this afternoon. The 4x100 and the 4x400 male and female open only. We've removed the other age categories in keeping with time and the structure set aside by the Ministry of Education, the Allied Arts Department. So, hope you're enjoying our broadcast. So, Nathaniel, how is it being on commentary? The medley, the relays, the team events are usually the ones that would keep the crowd in check. I like to see the handing over. The team events are usually the ones that are very exciting. Remember the medley, it's run in variations. So the first leg for the 800 you'll have is a 100-meter leg. The second leg is also a 100-meter leg. The third leg would be a 200-meter leg, and the last leg is a 400-meter leg. For the medley 1500, you have the 100-meter, 200-meter, 4 and 8 to make up 1500 meters, and of course a 4x1 and 4x4.
Yeah, well, medley is always interesting because it's basically played like a team. You have to know which are your best runners and who to put to start the race and finish the race. So that's why I always like medley races.
That's nice. So you're a third form student now at the college.
Yeah.
You've been here for 3 years now. Well, 2 years completed.
Yeah.
Describe your experience so far at the college. What has been something that you've grasped very well?
I think it's been a very enjoyable experience so far. Like the events that we have at QC here, and I've been able to grasp, making many friends in not only your class but on the level and on other levels.
Good, good. I know you're a cricketer as well. You're part of the cricket club that we have here.
Yeah.
What's your experience like representing Queen's College? I don't think we've had an official match since you've been back because you started during the COVID period. So what's training like at the cricket club? We have many other clubs, not just cricket. So what's it like sports-wise?
I like playing cricket for QC. It's always good. It always brings me a good feeling to say that I represent my school in a sport, and cricket also brings you at ease from all the stress you get from academics, I would say. And as I said again, it just brings you a joy to know that I represent Queen's College in cricket.
Nice, good. At this time, I want to make special mention of the Honorable Minister of Finance, who is with us here today, Minister Ashni Singh. And also like to mention there's the presence of all parents from the PTA, alumnus, members of the board that are with us. All of you are joining on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, past students of the college locally and in the diaspora. We hope that you're enjoying our commentary, enjoying our broadcast. Remember, our broadcast has been done by FL Sport. I'd like to thank Mr. Ram Singh for his response to QC in putting together this broadcast. Very efficient job so far. And his technical team, Sunil Ramlal, all of the other guys he has with him. Trust that you are enjoying the quality of our broadcasts. Again, this is made possible by the sponsors we have. Dr. Terence Blackman has done a very good job in putting together the sponsorship, the funds necessary to pull off this initiative. So again, thank you to all of the sponsors. Remember, we're preparing now. They're down on their marks. This is the 1500 under 14 medley. Medley, it's only been run by the under 14 this year. All right, remember the first leg is a 100-meter leg. And then we do 2, 4, and 8. Starter is making sure the track is cleared. At Queen's College here, we take it as high importance to ensure that we have a properly marked track. And they're off. The batons in their hand. Remember, this is a team event. It's a handover event. This is the 1500 medley. And K-House has taken it upon himself to break away from the pack very early as he hands over very efficiently. And his second leg is off. This is the 200-meter legs. They're off. K-House is going. He's been followed carefully by the athlete. And look at Josiah Stevens from C-House. He has taken the lead on the turn, and he's pushing through, coming around the turn into the straight. Josiah Stevens from C-House is not wasting any time. He's putting Austin House on the podium for this event. He has taken the lead by a very far way as he hands over to his mate, who will now run a 400-meter leg. He hands over effectively. The baton is passed, and his partner is off. K-House is going to make their handover now. Abhishek Cyril, who's been working very hard on our technical team, the audio team, he takes the baton and he's going to run a 400-meter leg. This is the third leg of this event. Abhishek Cyril from K-House is pacing around the turn, trying to catch C-House. And look at the other athletes. They are breaking away. Miss Boj in the background supporting the athletes from K-House. Love to see the action. Pilgrim Nation seems to be flustering at the back. Dimitri Singh has now taken the baton coming around the first turn. Pilgrim House has been doing excellently so far today on the track. They're poised for a medal position, for a podium finish. But C House has dominated this race thanks to the second leg by Josiah Stevens. Yeah, he is last win as the athlete from C House comes into the straight. You have Nicholas Mohammed on the inside who has challenged him very quietly. Nicholas is pushing. Maintain your lanes, Nicholas. And he hands over. This is the third leg. This is the fourth leg, the fourth and final leg. This is the 800-meter leg. So much slower leg we will witness now. Hemal Singh is taking the baton for the last leg, the 800-meter leg. Rico Wells of F House is taking the baton. And Emmanuel Barrow, the champion boy from the 15 and 800 meter for K House, is here this afternoon. Keep an eye on him. He's in the 1500 medley. Pilgrim Nation is coming strong. Nicholas Mohammed hands over. Himal Singh is going upwind. The difficult part about this ground is always running upwind. Yeah, Himal Singh, as you see the track stewards there, making sure that all is well on the track. Remember, this afternoon is being monitored by professionals, officials from the Athletics Association of Guyana. This is an effort that Queen's College has undertaken to ensure that the standard and the integrity of our sport is kept very high. Himal Singh is pacing himself very well. After this leg, he has to after this pass, he has to complete one other lap to finish the race. Rico Wells in third position from F House is closely there, and Emmanuel Barrow is coming along. Emmanuel Barrow is a very smart athlete as he looks to finish 400 meter of this 800 meter leg. Yep, as you hear the bell for the final leg has started, Emmanuel now moves into second. K House is pushing ahead. K House is poised for a podium finish this afternoon in this year's event. Emmanuel Barrow has now closed the gap and he's going to pass Himal Singh, and he does. So this is very smart running from K House. They have done very well on the track again. They have done very well in this event. It doesn't seem that Emmanuel will be passed again. C House has dropped back after that very, very excellent second leg by Josiah Stevens. That's right. So Nathaniel Suknanin is back on commentary with me.
Yeah, it's good to be back. See Emmanuel Barrow taking
Himal
first
Singh
place.
has not allowed Emmanuel Barrow to open a big gap. In fact, he's closing the gap. Himal Singh is on the back of Emmanuel Barrow. Barrow comes into the finishing straight, and it seems as though he has saved all of his energy for last. But look at Himal Singh. Himal Singh is coming.
Starting to increase his pace.
Does he have enough? Does Himal Singh, will he pass Emmanuel Barrow? He can't. It's a very good finish, strong finish by Emmanuel Barrow.
And Emmanuel takes it to first place.
So, second to last finish for F House by Rico Wells. Oh, sorry, I'm now seeing other athletes are coming in. You see the Pilgrim Nation. He's finishing. He's striding in. He's completing the race.
And it's gonna be, looks like a battle for 7th place going on.
Yeah, it seems as though the athlete at the back is winded. He's trying. He's pushing. But the athlete has responded in front of him. And that's a finish. So a very good race. A very good race by K-House again. They're dominating on the track. They've done very well this year. They did well in the March Pass this morning as well. If you missed the March Pass this morning, please take some time to go through back this live once it has ended. As we prepare for the 800-meter medley. Girls under 14. So the lap variation for this one, the first leg is going to be 100 meter. The second leg, 100 meter. The third leg, 200 meters. And the last leg, 400 meters.
It's going to be interesting again to see how the houses have planned this one out.
Yeah.
K-House planned it very well, put in their top run, Emmanuel Barrow, to run the last leg.
Yeah, the anchor position is very important in these team events. As we see the second leg, Shanice James from Durban House seems to be very relaxed. He's sitting on the floor, sitting on the ground.
Seems like it's no worries to her.
She's okay. She's relaxed, confident. So the 100-meter start, if the first leg is ready. We have Riciel Fowler from Durban House. Sabanto Martin, I think from K-House, is there in lane number 3. As you see the officials from the Athletics Association of Guyana explaining the technicalities behind these events, where you can make your change in lane, where you can cut your lanes off, where you have to maintain your lanes is very important. I'm very happy that our students are getting the opportunity to get it right at this stage, because remember, this all leads up to into school and then hopefully into nationals as well.
Yeah.
After this event, we'll move into the relays. It will be the 4x100 relay first. That's going to be the open event, the male and female. Very exciting. We hope that you all stay tuned to see what's going to come up for us next.
Can see the runners getting ready.
Yeah, they're down now on their marks. Riciel Fowler she's chewing a gum. She's relaxed as well. So let's see what's going to happen. Pilgrim Nation. And it's a start. Sabanto Martin in the middle. She looks like she's ready. Riciel A-House on the outside has not wasting time. Sabanto Martin in the middle from K-House is maintaining her position as well. Riciel Fowler with green trunks on is making the handover to Shanice James. She's off. But look at A-House. A-House is off. Shanice James is coming through in second position. Remember, they are running a 100-meter second leg. They're handing over at the 200 mark. They're handing over to the 200 mark. And they are off. Looks like it's Durban House in first position. The athlete from A-House on the inside is coming around strong. Very, very good posture. But look at Pilgrim Nation. Not wasting any time in this 200 leg. E-House has taken the turn very well as she heads down into the straight to hand over to the 400-meter leg. E-House is doing very well. Marshall Welch from K-House on the inside with the black track. You have G-House in pink. H-House at the back. This looks to be a very, very, very balanced race at the moment. Not a lot of gaps. Not a lot of gaps. E-House is going to make the handover for the 400 leg.
Well, the E-House probably realized her house was a bit behind, so she knew that she had to push.
Durban hands over to Shemaine McKenzie on the inside in brown. Shemaine McKenzie is ready to go. You have the athlete that's on camera right now. She's very poised, look very determined. She's tracking down E and D.
Very interesting race so far.
Yeah, E-House has maintained their position after a very good third leg. E-House they've broken away from the pack. Remember, this is a 400-meter leg, so one time around the 400 mark track. So please remember that we're coming to you live from the Queen's College ground. They're coming around very strong. E-House is maintaining her position. She has lost wind a little, but she's still maintaining a very decent gap between her competitors as they come around into the final stretch. The final 100 meters of this leg. And Shemaine McKenzie is very much behind her in second position. You have the athlete in third position. looking very balanced as well as she comes out on the inside. She's hoping to make a pass.
Yeah, well,
Shemaine McKenzie is hunting her down. She has maintained her position, Pilgrim House. This is going to be an excellent finish. A very good run by E House for first position, Durban House second position, and I think that's B House in third position. I could be wrong. She does not have on the right color, so apologies if I've mistaken. As you see the other athletes making their way into the finishing.
Well, again, it was a well-planned race from E-House to get first.
That's right. They had a very excellent third leg. The 200-meter leg was very good by the athlete.
And another thing about these medley races is that a gap is always important, because if you have a runner that's kind of slow, if you give them the head start, it's always it would be key for your house.
That's right. Remember, we have the PTA, the Parent Teachers Association of Queen's College. They're here. They have a sale at the ground. Please come and support them. We have at least 2 more events this afternoon, so if you're here, you're going to catch it. Remember, there's also a teacher's race, but that might not be broadcasted, and an all students race that's going to be happening after the official list of events. So please come here. You have to witness that live. We will not have a live broadcast for that. As we see the athletes coming in there for the 4x400, it's going to be the females starting today's relay.
Well, another interesting race we have planned for you.
I'm very, very happy to say that we're on schedule. It's only 2:15 and we're heading into the last event of the day. So this race is a big race. These are the seniors of the college. Lots of fifth formers and upper schoolers. The sixth formers are here. So this is the big race. This is for the bragging rights for the next year or so until they graduate. The team events is always very important, as you see the officials there explaining the handover process, and the lanes must be maintained. Again, this is an event that you needed to qualify for. So this was done at the Heats on Monday.
Yeah.
So if you don't see your house as a parent or a past student here, if you don't see your house, it means that they did not qualify for this event. So we have B House, C House in lane number 2, Durban in lane number 3 in the blue pants. That's Malia Haley. You have the Candy Griffith, I think, from F House, if I'm not mistaken. It's a little difficult to recognize them. Kazako Uzi, senior prefect, is also there. She's the captain of the Pilgrim Nation. Very powerful house. Always competitive, always on podium finish. Kazako Uzi is here as well.
But Mr. Nazir, I must ask you, as we're heading into the final events, what's been your favorite race to watch for today?
To tell you the truth, the 200s are always my favorite. I especially like the turn and into the straight.
Yeah.
You have to be very smart as well. The 400 is another exciting event.
Yeah.
You have to be lots of stamina. You must have endurance. And you must be smart.
Yeah.
But when I was in high school, I used to run the 800 meter very well.
Oh.
If I have any of my past colleagues from the New Amsterdam Multilateral here, they'll tell you that I was an 800 event athlete.
Yeah.
And I used to do very well. You see Anika De Freitas there as well in the green. It's another champion girl from Percival House. She's done very well. You have Gabrielle Felix as well from Durban House, another champion girl. So this race is going to be a very exciting race. We have lots of power in this race. The house's top athletes. This is an open event, which means that you have the opportunity to put your best athletes forward regardless of the age group. And team events, it's not counted in your 4 individual events, so you're free to participate in this event. So it's always a tightly, it's well poised.
Yeah. Well, the houses have to select a almost like a dream team.
I was told that another champion girl here from K House, Tilia Cornelius, is also here in this race. So I'm very excited. Anika De Freitas I mentioned, but I forgot to mention her sister. Aisha De Freitas is also here in the all black. Aisha is also a very good athlete that we have here. It's gone on to represent us a number of times at the inter-school events. So the officials are directing the traffic very well. Remember, this is a 4x100, folks. So, you see Tilia Cornelius coming onto the track from K House. Keep an eye on her. It seems to be that she's going to anchor the race. K House has done very well this year. Pilgrim Nation is doing very well this year. Durban House is doing very excellently as well. So I am hoping that we have a very close finish in these races to make it more exciting.
Yes. And again, I look forward to seeing the strategy being used by houses in this race. Who gets that anchor roll for each house running that last leg?
Yes. Our athletes are ready as the sun hits us very hard here at Queen's College Ground. Campan Thomas lands in Georgetown. These are the athletes who will be starting. This is the first leg coming around the turn in the first 100 meter of this race. Now, I'm very excited for this race. Remember, if you drop the baton, you're disqualified. But there's some technicalities to it that I learned on Monday. If you drop it and you pick it up and hand it to your opponent, your partner, you're not disqualified. But if you drop it and they pick it up, then you're disqualified. So I did know that. So it's very good to have these officials here. They've been guiding our students as we see them come up again. It seems to be some delay in the start here.
Well, as you said, it's always important to know the rules before you go into the game.
That's right. So they're done. First leg of the 4x100 meters female open is about to start. And they're off. They're off. Keep an eye on Malia Haley in the blue trunks. She's coming around very strong in Durban House. You have Lashley on the outside who's making a good finish. She's handing over. C House is handing over to Atia Alicock. Renee Whitaker from Pilgrim Nation takes a handover from in purple. She's moving ahead. She's moving ahead very nicely. Shania Graham in pink from Durban House has taken on Renee Whitaker. As she completes the second leg, she hands over to Rebecca Joseph from Durban House, who moves ahead, who moves away from Kazako. But look at Kazako Uzi. Remember, she's a champion athlete. She comes around on the turn. She's hunting down Rebecca Joseph. Kazako Uzi is not allowing Rebecca Joseph to take away. And she hands over to Gabrielle Felix. Felix takes the baton and she's heading down the straight. E House is fighting. Saisha Sertima on the outside from B House is also trying. Tilia Cornelius from K House on the inside. They're fighting for a third place finish, but it's all Durban House for the 4x100. All Durban House. That was a very good race.
Another tight one.
Not a tight race. I'm very happy to see the comments on Facebook. I'm very happy that you're enjoying our live broadcast today. This is the very first time that to watch all of you in the diaspora, in Georgetown, in Guyana, who cannot make it here. I'm very happy that you're tuned in and you're getting a chance to witness our event live. This has been done by FL Sport. I must say thank you again to Mr. John Ramsing. So we will go into the 4x100 male open.
Hopefully it's the first of many to be broadcasted live.
I certainly hope so. This is a catalyst move to make this a yearly initiative. I hope that from here onwards we can maintain this to have our sports broadcasted live. I don't think any school in Guyana has ever done this before. So this is a champion move by Queen's College. Of course, we must set the standard. We must be trendsetters here at Queen's College. So I'm very happy that this has been made possible. Of course, you see our sponsors, their names and organizations are being displayed on the bottom of your broadcast. So we say thank you to them again.
Have another interesting race ahead of us here.
Yeah, so this is the 4x100 male. And then we go into the 400s. And that will be it for this afternoon. So we're going to have a 3 p.m. finish. Of course, we have the teachers' race and the old students' race. But that's not going to be broadcasted on our live feed today. You have to be here to witness that live.
I'm definitely looking forward to the teachers' race.
Oh yeah, I was asked multiple times to join the teachers' race.
Oh.
Durban House has been pushing me to join the race, but I am not very able on the track anymore. I've left that maybe 9-10 years ago. Now I'm all in administration.
Yeah.
So I'll organize the teachers' race.
Oh. So who is running the teachers' race for Durban House?
Well, I heard Miss Austin. I don't know. Lots of the houses may not put forward a teacher's race.
Yeah.
A teacher to run that race, but of course we have houses like B House, Mr. McFoy, very enthusiastic young teacher, Mr. Galloway, Mr. Niaz, Mr. McGarrell, who is here with E House. I hope I see him on the track this afternoon. I'll be commentating from here if we can squeeze it in. I'm not sure as yet, but likely will not be broadcasting that live. So this is the 4x100 male. This is going to be a big fight as well.
I'm very excited to see this race.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite race. 4x100 as well. As we see there in all purple, Owen Hooper, champion boy from Linden. We see in all black, Michael Brown, national athlete, also from the Soesdijk Linden area. He trains with the Police Sports Club. These are going to be your anchors. You have Josiah Stevens. Again, I'm calling this name Josiah Stevens, who is the son of our deputy principal. He's in grade 8, and he's running with the big boys. And he qualified for this event. So I'm very happy to see Josiah is here flexing his muscles with the big guys as a grade 8 student. Good potential being showed by this young man. I'm very happy to see him. Joshua MacArthur also here in this race for K House. Another champion boy, Gabriel Felix, is here anchoring as well. So this is going to be an exciting race. This is your first leg athletes you're seeing on screen now. You have, these will be the first to hand over. This is what we call the big boys race, the male open.
Indeed.
Of Kyle Couchman there, another champion boy from K House, holder of a colors tie. He got that tie in grade 9.
Yeah.
So that's very impressive from Kyle Couchman.
You always tend to see the best male athletes in these races.
That's right. You see F House there, Reynald Kisoon in the black trunks. You have Christopher Andrews from E House, Kenroy Jameer from Durban. I cannot recognize the athletes. And you have Alan Patterson from B House in lane number 1. I cannot recognize the athlete in second lane. So my apologies to the house mistress and masters when you will see this broadcast again. He's there. He looks ready though. So let's see. Lichter Live is also on field. That's our school's media club. They're also covering this event. So a big thank you to Lichter Live for being out here. We have photographers, journalists that are covering events, all of the events. So I'm very happy. So they're down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big race. The 4x100 male open. And they're off. Let's see as they go. Reynald Kisoon takes the turn very well. Joshua, look at Kyle Couchman in K-House.
He's blazing.
He's blazing. He's blazing. He's giving that over to Fias Khan, who is another champion athlete, and Fias Khan has taken off. There's no catching Fias Khan. There's no catching Fias Khan. They're going. There's a gap though. Big gap. As he hands over, Fias hands over to another champion, Jaden Adrian, who is a very, very excellent athlete. They're coming around, coming to the anchor. This is all K-House, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua McCarthy takes it for K-House. That's over. Owen Hooper has a lot of work to do for F-House. He's fighting on the inside. Josiah Stevens is coming. He's hoping for a medal finish. Gabriel Felix at the back. He's fighting. This is all K-House, F-House, and B-House. A good finish by Michael Brown, the national athlete. So that's a big race. That is a big race.
K-House again. Excellent strategy. All of their runners just blaze past the others.
Yeah, when you have athletes like Kyle Couchman, Jaden Adrian, Fias Khan, and then you're finishing with Joshua McCarthy, they're not catching you on the field, Nathaniel. They're not catching you. So very good run by Cunningham House. Again, they've done very well.
It's almost like Mission Impossible to beat those four.
That's right. That's like the West Indies in the 2000s and the 90s. Nobody could have beat them. Well, not the 2000s. I beg your. Maybe the 90s and the 80s. We were way ahead of our competition. But K-House has done very well. And I noticed that our views, they're spiked for the big races. So we're now close to over 100 views again. As we prepare for the last two events this afternoon, the 4x400, male and female.
Yeah, those four, Fiascan, Jaden Adrian, Kyle Coachman, and MacArthur. It's like having a back in the day West Indies team. It's like a Lara, Chandrapal, a Curtly Ambrose, all in one team, unstoppable.
Yeah, that's right. So the sun is out. We've been allowed to have a very cool morning, not very hot, nice overcast condition this morning, but the sun is out. The sun will not spare us this afternoon. Bright blue skies here over Queen's College.
It's lovely weather.
Lovely weather. This is the weather for cricket, they say. As you can see, the pitches there in the middle of the field. Queen's College is one of the leading cricket grounds in the capital city. We can host 3 cricket matches at one time.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Can you think of any other ground that can do that?
No, I can't think of any.
Okay.
And if you look just to the sidelines, you can see some young students playing, as we say, high sky, throwing around the ball.
Yeah, that's right. So you see the officials there. They are preparing our athletes, breaking up the legs, putting them in their positions. This is a 4x400, so we go one time around, one full lap. This is a 400-meter mark lap. Big ground that can accommodate a 400-meter mark lap. Over the years, you can see past students that are joining us. We have done a lot to improve the standards of the field. We have 3 new bleachers that are here with us. If I can just ask the cameraman to give you a look at the bleachers. 3 newly built bleachers. We have a rehabilitated players pavilion as well here on the ground. So all of this has been made possible by donations of past students and interventions by the Ministry of Education, as you see there. We have 3 good bleachers that can accommodate maybe 60, 50, 70 students each. And our players pavilion that sits in the middle of the field, rehabilitated just recently, maybe a year or 2 ago, as you see on your visuals there.
And if you just look at the ground, how beautifully trimmed it is.
Yeah, so they're off. The 400-meter athletes are off. Rachel Joseph, Tilia Cornelius, they're the ones in front. Rachel Joseph in blue pants is opening a lead very early. Renee Whitaker from Pilgrim Nation. You have Desha Venture from F House in the back. She's coming up strongly. This is good. This is jogging. The girls are jogging. They have to pace. They're running here now. Remember, this is a 400-meter event. So you'll see a breakaway after the second turn. You will see them coming around. But Rachel is pushing on. She's pushing upwind to make it easier for her downwind. And this is a good run by Rachel. She's fresh. This is her first event of the day. So she's looking to giving it her all. As she comes around into the finishing stretch, she's opened up a very big gap from the second position athlete. Tilia Cornelius is going to try to close that gap. She's coming along in the bright pink shoes. But Rachel, with her head up, is breathing very well, and she has run an excellent 400-meter leg. She's going to hand over to Gabrielle Felix. Felix is going to take the baton from her, and Felix is off for Durban House. De Santos is coming in for B House. Gabriela De Santos is coming through. But it's all Gabriela Felix. She's poised. She's stretching very well. Her legs is working very well. She's going around the first turn. Upwind. Excellent. Big gap for Durban House. But look at B House. B House is pushing ahead. B House, they have a lot of work to do. Can Gabrielle Felix maintain this for her house? Can she do it? She's looking back. She's making sure that she has a lot of space between herself and them. This is a good race. This is an excellent run by Rachel Joseph and Gabrielle Felix. I beg your pardon. They're coming around. She's coming around into the finishing stretch now. She's very, very relaxed. Light work for Gabrielle Felix as she comes through. We see the other athletes making the turn now.
Seems like a walk in the park for her.
This seems like a real walk in the park, but it's this, her peers, her partners in the other leg will need to maintain. But it's a big gap. It's almost a gap of 80 meters. And Paula Calichesi, that's a very interesting last name, Calichesi. She's the sister of Joshua and Jonathan Calichesi. They are champion athletes of the college. They come from Uganda. Their father works in Guyana as a diplomat. So very, very, very strong race here by Durban House. Paula has taken the lead. She has gone ahead. You see the Candy Griffith there is coming around. The athletes are trying to finish. Aisha De Freitas is waiting very patiently in all black for her. Chioma Biku is coming around for G House. But it's all Paula. Paula is way ahead. She's breezing at this point.
It looks like Paula. It's another walk in the park for her.
Paula comes into the finishing stretch with a cap on, very relaxed. Durban House, they have ran an excellent 4x400 female open. She's coming down. She's coming down to hand over to Malia Haley. And it's a very, very, very big gap. It's almost 100 meters now. 90 to 100 meters gap now. She hands over to Malia Haley, who is another champion athlete. She's a captain of Durban House. Africa Blackman is waiting patiently to collect her baton for the last leg. Uzi is there. Aisha De Freitas is there. This is going to be interesting to see who will gain second position. I am almost confident here as commentator in this box that Durban House has secured this victory. Malia is pacing. She's jogging. It's light work.
Well, Mr. Nazir, I must believe you have to be excited on the inside since Durban House is your house.
Well, I'm not going to try to be biased here. I have to call it as I see it. Aisha De Freitas is going to hand over now to her sister, Anika De Freitas, in the all green. She takes the baton. It's lots of work. But look at Malia. Malia has now decided that it's the last 300 meters of her event, and she's going to finish this in record time. Malia Haley is pushing. This is an excellent run by Durban House. They're looking for a podium finish in this year's Inter-House Athletics Championship. Malia Haley, the captain, is jogging. She's jogging to the finish line. This is easy.
I think she can even begin to walk and she will still take the first place.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very good race. Durban House has won the 4x400 female. So lots of applause from her house members, as we look now to see Kazakwa Uzi has done very well to bring her team back from a very, very bad position to finish second. Kazakwa Uzi has run an excellent race. Remember, she is a national athlete. As you see, Angel Henry now passes Africa Blackman to have a podium finish. Kazakwa finishes second for Pilgrim Nation, and Angel Henry for B House. K-House, sorry. Finishes in third position on the podium. Excellent run. Anika de Freitas is fighting. She's coming back. Remember, she took her baton last, and she's fighting for fifth or sixth, I believe. And she passes the athlete. She passes Jada Fox. So Anika de Freitas has done very well from the position that her house is in. Remember, these are champion runners. These are the big girls of the school, the senior girls, and they've done very well. So good race.
Yeah, well, in this race, saw D House reign supreme almost against the other houses. Seemed like it wasn't a challenge for their female athletes.
Yes, as you see, Janae Sipasad from F House crosses the line. It's not been a good couple legs for her in the beginning. So we're going to look out now for the big boys to return again. The senior guys, the 4x400 meters. This is going to be another big race. It's a good event that we have loading. You see Vivekanand Makan. Michael Brown now returns, but they have changed their strategy. Raleigh House, from the heats, they have now decided that he will start the race. They have put the champion boy, the national athlete, Michael Brown in all black, in lane number 2 to start the race. Raymond Sipasad from C House is there. You have Dimitri Singh from E House is there. Reynald Kisoon from F House. With the red pants is Omari Jakes for G House. You have Nathan Morrison, I think, for E House. And K House you have Fayaz Khan. Fayaz trains in the National Park. I saw him there a couple of days ago. He said he's preparing very well for this race. And it looks as though he is very well. He's very, very excited. Dimitri Singh is a third former. And he's running with the big boys. That's the boy you see in the white shirt in lane number 4. So let's see how Dimitri Singh will go. As you see at the back there, the officials, they are directing the traffic, letting the athletes know what will happen.
Yeah, well, this will be an interesting race. I would encourage, if you're watching on the live stream, get something to eat, because you're going to look at these other male athletes will be hungry to take a win.
Right, as you see in the side there, under the tree, you have Lick to Life students that are there. They're working. This is Fayaz Khan on screen. Fayaz is an excellent runner. You have Nathan Morrison. He looks ready. Another excellent athlete. Omari Drakes from G House is there in his bright red. You have Reynald Kisoon from F House. Looks ready. Dimitri Singh, the young man who is with the big boys from E House, is ready. Raymond Passad from C House looks ready. Michael Brown, the national athlete from B House, is ready. And Vivekanand Makan in lane number 1 for A House is also there. So like I said, Michael Brown has changed his strategy. He's going to run the first leg instead of the second leg. He's hoping now to give them a very good lead. Remember, he's a national athlete. He trains with Police Sports Club. So let's see what's going to happen.
Interesting to see Michael Brown start and have the race.
Yeah, he's hoping to give them a good start so that his partners in the third 1, 2, and 3, the other legs, can do a good job. So let's see how this goes. Michael Brown will be handing over to Obama Prosper, who is a captain of B House, sports coordinator, of B House. So let's see how this will go. Lots of excitement. The crowd has built up over the day. We have lots of past students here with us. Lots of parents and supporters of the college are here to witness these events. This is the second to last event for today. We are looking for a 3 p.m. stop. So let's see how this will go. So they are getting ready now.
Very excited to see this race. Again, I must say, athletes are on their mark.
So they're down. Starter is with them. And they are off. Keep an eye on lane number 2 with Michael Brown in it. Look at his strides. You know when someone trains for this event, but Fias Khan from K-House is not going to allow him to make a mockery of him. Fias Khan has broken away from the pack. Can he maintain that distance? He's doing very well.
See Michael Brown starting to try and catch up to Fias Khan. But Fias is not letting that happen.
Fias seems to be maintaining a good posture, but Michael Brown is tricking him. Look what will happen in this last stretch. Look what will happen. Michael Brown has now kicked in. He's hit. He's gone into overdrive. He's going to give a strong start of this first leg. He hands over to Obama Prosper. Obama takes it for B House and he's off. Fias Khan hands over for K House. Jaden Adrian is off. Raymond Passad is going to hand over to the C Houser and he's off. Gainarain Sugdio takes it from Vivekanand Makan for A House. Obama Prosper is running. He's running his life away. This is his first race for the day. He's putting himself on the line for his house. He's running. He's running with socks on. So I'm very surprised at this. Obama Prosper is trying to keep the lead. Jaden Adrian is hunting him down. Keep an eye on Jaden Adrian in the orange boot. He's coming around the turn. He's taken the turn very well, but Michael Brown has done a good job to give him a good lead. Obama Prosper is coming around into the finishing stretch.
Obama taking a lead here.
Yes, but look at Jaden. Jaden is looking strong. Jaden is trying. He's trying to bring K-House back into this event. Fias Khan did not do a bad job. And he hands over, Obama hands over to his partner and he is off. Malachi is off. Javiero is off for K-House in all black. Excellent athlete. He ran the 5,000. Malachi Patrick, I believe, or Malachi Seals, I believe, I'm not sure, is off. As you see the other athletes, F House is there, H House is there. Malachi has gone away with the lead for B House. This is an excellent run by B House. He's coming around the turn upwind, making it easy for him with a big gap coming downwind into the finishing stretch. Malachi is doing an excellent job for B House. This is a good run. Raleigh House has done well in the 4x400 male. Can they finish it? Javier is coming. He's coming for C House. For K House, sorry. Malachi has paced this race very well. The athlete in second is coming though.
Javier would be keen to try and catch up.
So he hands over. Malachi hands over to Alan Patterson, who was gone. But he is handing over now to Joshua MacArthur, who trains with the Police Sports Club, and he's coming around. Joshua MacArthur is not going to make him win this race. He's going to fight. Joshua MacArthur is around for K-House. He's coming very strong. This is the final leg, ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing. Alan Patterson has to maintain himself. Joshua MacArthur is creeping up on him upwind. Let's see what will happen around the turn as they look to come into the final stretch. This is Joshua MacArthur, ladies and gentlemen. He's a champion athlete at the college. He comes around now. He's on his shoulder now as he comes into the finish. He comes into the finishing stretch. He's past him. This is the race that Joshua MacArthur is known for. The 400 meter is his race. Light work. Very light work for Joshua MacArthur. An injured Joshua MacArthur, I may add, as he looks back. His teacher is telling him to finish the race and not add any salt to the wounds of the B House athlete who has to settle for second. And it's going to be a podium finish for C House. Innes is fighting. He's fighting. Atali of F House is behind him in fourth. It's a podium finish for the C House athlete in green as they come along. Daniel Kewal is fighting. He's coming on the back. Daniel K-Wall is not settling for last place. Pilgrim Nation will not settle for anything. Excellent run. Excellent race. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a 4x400. As you see on the replay, Joshua MacArthur adding a little bit of salt into the wounds of the B-House athlete who was maintained much of the lead for much of the race.
Yeah.
But Joshua MacArthur is a 400-meter athlete, so that is his event.
Well, again, MacArthur, Fiaz Khan, Jaden Adrian, and wrong this time Javier. Again, an unstoppable team for K-House.
That's right. As you see, everybody here now locked in. So, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleague in box here, Nathaniel Suknandan, this has brought us to the end of the official list of events for today's activity. We have now come to the end. We will be ending our broadcast live. And I want to thank you all for joining us. We trust that you have enjoyed our broadcast. You had a chance to see our